Hello and welcome. I know many of you use these videos to help you fall asleep. So before we begin, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also comment where you're from and at what time you're watching. Take a moment to get comfortable, relax, and let yourself unwind. Name of the story: The Last Photo. Lucas Benson had always been drawn to the art of photography. There was something about capturing fleeting moments, freezing them in time, that had always fascinated him. He wasn't a famous photographer, but his work had always been well received by those who saw it. His photos, mostly of urban landscapes and quiet, forgotten corners of the world, had a quiet elegance to them. But things had changed recently. It all started when he acquired an old, second-hand camera from an estate sale. The camera, a vintage 35mm model, was worn, but it felt right in his hands. It was like no other camera he had ever used. There was a certain heaviness to it, a weight that made it feel more than just a tool. It felt like it had purpose, like it had been waiting for him. Lucas didn't think much of it at first. He took the camera on his daily walks around the city, capturing the quiet moments that he loved. But something strange began to happen. Each time he developed a roll of film, the photos came out with strange images, disturbing images that didn't belong. They weren't just random. They seemed connected, as if they were showing him something he couldn't quite understand. At first, it was subtle, a dark shape in the background of a photo, almost unnoticeable. Then it grew more obvious, a shadowy figure standing just out of frame, an unsettling face in the crowd that he hadn't seen when he took the shot. But the worst came when he developed a photo of himself, a photo he didn't remember taking. It was a simple shot of the city street, a snapshot of everyday life. But in the reflection of the shop window behind him, he saw himself, standing exactly where he was, but with a twisted, horrifying face. It was a face he didn't recognize, pale, distorted, and grinning in a way that made his blood run cold. The photo shook him, but it wasn't until the next roll of film that the true horror revealed itself. Lucas took the camera to a park, hoping the fresh air would clear his mind. He snapped a photo of a young couple sitting on a bench, their laughter captured in the stillness of the frame. When he developed the film that night, his hands trembled as he sifted through the images. The couple was still there, but there was something different in the photo. The woman's eyes were wide, her mouth stretched open in silent scream, as if something was lurking behind them. And in the background, standing just beyond the trees, was the same twisted face from the previous photo, his own face, staring at them with a menacing grin. It was as if the camera was showing him a future he could not escape, a future where he was already dead. But what terrified him most was the feeling that each photo he took was drawing him closer to the inevitable. As the days passed, Lucas couldn't escape the pull of the camera. Every time he developed a new roll of film, the photos grew darker. They no longer depicted simple scenes of life, they were images of death. Each photo seemed to show a different, grisly way that he could die, always accompanied by that horrifying grin. His mind raced, struggling to make sense of it. Was this some kind of curse? A trick of the camera? But the truth was much worse than he could have imagined. It wasn't until one fateful evening, when he took a photo of a streetlight flickering in the fog, that he realized the most terrifying thing of all. The next morning, when he developed the film, there was a new image in the roll. It was a photo of him, standing alone in a dark alley, the same twisted grin on his face. But what terrified him even more was the shadowy figure looming behind him. It was tall, its features hidden in the darkness, but Lucas could feel its presence. And in that photo, the shadow was moving closer. The next night, Lucas was restless. He couldn't stop thinking about the figure in the photo. He had to get answers. He had to understand what was happening. He went back to the same alley, the one where the photo had been taken. It was quiet, too quiet. The fog clung to the ground, and the only sound was the distant hum of the city. He raised the camera, focusing on the empty street ahead. Suddenly, The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He felt a cold, creeping sensation crawling up his spine, as if someone or something was watching him. He turned the camera toward the shadows, hoping to capture whatever was lurking in the dark. When he developed the film later that night, his heart stopped. The photo showed him, standing exactly as he had, but in the background, the shadowy figure was no longer just a distant silhouette. It was right behind him, its hands stretching toward him, its fingers long and skeletal. And there, in the lower corner of the frame, was a new image, his own face, twisted in agony. The camera had captured his death. Lucas could barely breathe as he stared at the photo. His pulse thudded in his ears, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he clutched the photo. The shadowy figure had been right behind him, too close. He had felt something, an undeniable sense of dread that night, but now, seeing it captured on film, he realized that whatever it wasn't human. He needed to understand what was happening. He had to know who, or what, was behind these horrifying images. It wasn't just some trick of the light, some strange coincidence. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became that this was something much darker. Lucas spent the next few days digging through old archives in the local library, hoping to find any clue that might explain the curse of the camera. He pored over old newspapers, books about supernatural phenomena and folklore, desperate for any mention of a cursed object. Finally, after days of fruitless searching, he found something. It was an old article, nearly hidden in the back of a dusty, forgotten archive. The article described the strange tale of a photographer from the early 1900s, a man named Elias Blackwood, who had acquired a camera very similar to the one Lucas now owned. According to the article, Blackwood had begun taking photographs that showed unsettling glimpses of death, images of people who would die in violent, unexplained ways. Blackwood had become obsessed with the camera, refusing to let it out of his sight. But there was a catch. The article stated that once the photographer began capturing death in his photos, he too became trapped in a cycle. His photos would show his own death, each one more disturbing than the last, until eventually he was found dead under mysterious circumstances. His body never discovered, but the camera left behind. Lucas felt a cold shiver run down his spine as he read the final lines. The article mentioned that anyone who came into contact with the camera after Blackwood's death would be cursed to repeat the same fate, forever haunted by images of their own impending death, until they met the same tragic end. The pieces of the puzzle were coming together, but it only made the terror worse. He had unknowingly become part of this curse, and with each photo he developed, he was drawing closer to the same fate as Blackwood. Lucas knew he had to stop this before it was too late, but he didn't know how. The photos had already started showing his death, and the figure in the shadows was getting closer with each snap of the camera. He couldn't simply destroy the camera, it was too late for that. The curse had already latched onto him. His obsession grew. He tried to take control, to manipulate the photos, to stop the shadowy figure from reaching him. He went back to the places he had photographed before, retracing his steps, hoping to change the outcome. But no matter what he did, the photos never lied. The shadowy figure always appeared, always getting closer. And worse, he could feel its presence even when he wasn't taking photos, lurking just behind him, waiting. One night, Lucas stood in front of his apartment building, staring at the camera. He had no choice. If he wanted to survive, he had to confront whatever was haunting him. The figure, the curse, it was all connected. He raised the camera one last time, his hands trembling as he focused on the street ahead. He didn't know if he could outsmart the curse, but there was no other choice. The camera was the key to everything. If he could find the source, he could end it, somehow. As he snapped the photo, something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. There, in the reflection of the building's windows, he saw the shadow, the figure. But this time, it wasn't in the background. It was standing directly behind him, so close that he could feel its cold breath on the back of his neck. With a gasp, Lucas turned quickly, but the street was empty. Nothing was there. Panic surged through him, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He looked down at the camera, his heart pounding in his chest, and saw something that stopped him cold. In the photo, there was no shadowy figure. There was no reflection. The photo was completely blank, just like the one he had taken before all this began. But the empty space held a horrifying truth. There, on the edge of the frame, was the distorted image of his own face, the twisted, grinning face from the first photo. Only this time, it was no longer an image, it was his reflection. The camera had shown him not just a glimpse of his death. It had shown him the end of the line, the point where there was no escape. His fate had been sealed. He was no longer the observer of his demise, he had become the subject of it. The last photo had captured his soul. Lucas stumbled back, his mind reeling as he stared at the final image on the film. His hands shook uncontrollably, the camera slipping from his grasp. It hit the ground with a soft thud, but Lucas barely noticed. His thoughts were racing, his heart pounding in his chest, his breath shallow. The photo had shown him the truth in a way that words never could. There was no escape. For the first time, the weight of the curse fully hit him. The twisted face from the photos wasn't just some imagined image, it was his own. It was as though the camera had captured his very essence, distorting it into something malevolent, something that was now tethered to him. But worse than that, his reflection in the photo wasn't just the distorted grin of death. It was empty, hollow, a dead version of himself, lost to whatever force controlled the camera. It wasn't just the figure stalking him anymore. It was something more. It was his own inevitable death, and it was closing in faster than he could comprehend. A sick feeling churned in his stomach as he realized what he had to do. It wasn't about outsmarting the curse anymore. It was about surviving it, finding some way to break free before the figure in the shadows claimed him. Lucas hadn't been the only one cursed by the camera. Elias Blackwood's story had been a warning Lucas had ignored. He thought he could control it, think his way out of it, but he had been wrong. The photos were no longer just images. They were windows into his future, each one showing him the way he would die. And with each photo, the shadow grew closer, more solid, more real. Desperation began to claw at him, and he turned his thoughts to the camera. It had to be destroyed, but how could he destroy it when it was no longer just an object? He had tried to burn it once before, but it hadn't worked. The cursed object had refused to be destroyed, leaving him with no other choice but to confront it head-on. He returned to the place where it all began, the alley where he had first captured the shadowy figure. If there was any hope left, it lay there, in the same spot where his fate had been sealed. But as he approached the alley, something was different. The air was thick with tension, an oppressive heaviness that weighed down on him. It felt as if the alley itself was watching him, waiting for him. He pulled the camera from his bag, feeling the weight of it in his hands. It was no longer a tool for creating art. It was his worst nightmare, a conduit for the malevolent force that had latched onto his soul. And yet, despite the dread that gripped him, Lucas knew he had to take one last photo. There, in the dim light of the street lamps, Lucas focused the camera on the alley before him. The lens flickered as he clicked the shutter. His breath caught in his throat as the film slowly developed, revealing a scene that was both terrifying and familiar. There in the image was the alley just as it was. But in the far distance, he saw it. The figure. The shadow. It was no longer just a dark shape lurking in the background. It had fully materialized. It was a tall, gaunt figure, its limbs long and unnaturally thin, its features obscured by darkness. But its eyes, those eyes were unmistakable. They were black, hollow, like two empty voids staring into his soul. Lucas's stomach dropped as he recognized the face in the distance. It was him. The figure had taken on his form. It was him, twisted and distorted by the curse, walking toward him through the fog. Every step it took was like a drumbeat in his chest. With each passing second, it grew closer. The camera had captured his death. and now he was no longer just the subject. He was the victim, and the time for escape had passed. But there was something else. Something in the photo that made Lucas freeze. A subtle detail, one he hadn't noticed before. In the corner of the frame, barely visible, was another figure, a shadowy, indistinct shape, watching from the edge of the frame. It was as though someone, or something, was observing the scene, hidden in the darkness. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. The figure wasn't the only thing in the photo. There was something else there, something far older, far more powerful, and it had been watching him all along. As the figure in the photo came closer, Lucas stumbled backward, his breath ragged. He wasn't alone anymore. The figure wasn't just an image on film. It was real, and it was coming for him. The fog thickened around him, the world growing darker, the shadows stretching longer. And as he turned to flee, the camera fell from his hands, the last photo slipping from his grasp, a final testament to the curse that had sealed his fate. Lucas ran, his footsteps echoing through the deserted streets as the fog closed in around him. His lungs burned, his legs trembling with exhaustion, but he didn't dare stop. The oppressive weight of the curse bore down on him, and he knew the figure was close, closer than ever before. Every instinct screamed at him to keep moving, but no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was already too late. The sound of footsteps behind him grew louder, impossibly heavy and deliberate. Lucas didn't dare look back. His heart pounded in his chest, a deafening drumbeat that seemed to sync with the rhythm of the approaching figure. He turned a corner sharply, stumbling as he tried to catch his balance, and found himself in front of an old church, its crumbling facade barely visible through the thick fog. The church looked abandoned, its windows shattered, the once proud steeple leaning precariously. But it was shelter, perhaps even salvation. With a surge of desperation, Lucas pushed open the heavy wooden doors and stumbled inside, slamming them shut behind him. He leaned against the door, panting, his body trembling as he listened for any sign of the figure outside. Silence. For a moment, he thought he might be safe. But then he felt it, a cold, suffocating presence creeping into the room. The shadows in the corners seemed to writhe and twist, moving in unnatural patterns as if alive. The air grew colder, and Lucas's breath came out in visible puffs of steam. He clutched his chest, his heart racing as he realized the figure wasn't outside anymore. It was here. "Who are you?" Lucas shouted into the darkness, his voice trembling. "What do you want from me?" His words echoed in the empty church, but there was no response. The silence was unbearable, pressing down on him like a weight. And then from the shadows came a voice, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You already know." Lucas's blood ran cold. The voice was his own, distorted and inhuman, filled with malice and despair. He turned slowly, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. And then he saw it, a faint glow coming from the altar at the front of the church. Drawn to the light, Lucas took a hesitant step forward, then another, his fear warring with his curiosity. As he approached the altar, he saw something that made his stomach churn. There, sitting in the center of the altar, was the camera. It was impossibly pristine, its lenses gleaming as though freshly polished. But Lucas had left it behind, he was sure of it. "How?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. The camera seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, vibrating slightly as though alive. Against his better judgment, Lucas reached out and picked it up. The moment his fingers touched the cold metal, a jolt of energy shot through him, and his vision blurred. He staggered backward, clutching the camera, as images flooded his mind, memories, moments he had never lived, yet felt horrifyingly real. He saw himself walking through a dark forest, the trees closing in around him. He saw the figure standing in a clearing, its hollow eyes staring into his soul. He saw himself trapped in a small, windowless room, screaming as the walls closed in. And then he saw the final image, himself, standing in the church, holding the camera, his face twisted into a grin of pure madness. The visions faded, leaving Lucas gasping for air. He dropped the camera onto the altar, but it didn't fall. It hovered there, suspended in the air, its lens pointed directly at him. "No," Lucas whispered, shaking his head. "This isn't real. It can't be real." But it was. The camera clicked, the sound echoing through the church like a gunshot. A photo slid out, developing before his eyes. With trembling hands, Lucas picked it up and looked at it. His heart sank as he saw himself in the photo, standing in the exact same spot, the figure looming behind him. Its skeletal hand rested on his shoulder, its hollow eyes staring directly at the lens. The church grew darker, the shadows swallowing the room. Lucas felt the cold hand on his shoulder, its grip tightening. He wanted to scream, to run, but his body wouldn't move. The camera clicked again, and another photo slid out, showing him on his knees, the figure towering over him. "No!" Lucas shouted, his voice echoing in the empty church. "I won't let this happen." With a surge of adrenaline, he grabbed the camera and hurled it to the ground. It shattered into pieces, the lens cracking, the metal frame splintering. For a moment, the oppressive presence lifted, and Lucas felt a glimmer of hope. But then, from the shattered remains of the camera, a dark, swirling mist began to rise. The figure emerged fully formed, its hollow eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. It extended a skeletal hand toward Lucas, and he felt his body freeze. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, as the figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming. "This is your end," the figure whispered, its voice echoing in Lucas's mind. "You cannot escape." Lucas's vision blurred, the world around him fading into darkness. The last thing he saw was the figure's hollow eyes, staring into his soul, as the cursed camera claimed its final victim. Name of the next story: The Night We Never Left. The cabin was nestled deep in the woods, its wooden exterior weathered by time and the elements. For years, it had been a tradition among Sophie, Jake, Rachel, and Mark to spend a weekend together somewhere remote, away from the stress of their busy lives. This time, Mark had insisted on the cabin, a family property he'd inherited but never visited. "It's perfect," Mark had said earlier that week. "Secluded, quiet, and totally free. We'll finally get some peace and a chance to catch up." Sophie had been skeptical. Something about the way Mark described the cabin unsettled her. "You've never even been there," she'd argued. But the others were all for it, and eventually Sophie had agreed. Now, standing outside the cabin as twilight descended, Sophie couldn't shake the unease that had settled in her chest. The woods around them were eerily silent, the air thick and heavy with an unnatural stillness. "Are you sure this place is safe?" Sophie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Jake laughed, slinging an arm around her shoulder. "Come on, Soph, don't tell me you're scared of a few trees. It's just a cabin." "It's more than just the cabin," Sophie muttered, but she didn't press the issue. Inside, the cabin was surprisingly well kept. Dusty, yes, but the furniture was intact, and the fireplace was stocked with logs. It was cozy in its own way, with an old-fashioned charm that hinted at a simpler time. Mark lit a fire while Rachel unpacked the food they'd brought. Jake wandered around, examining the walls adorned with faded photographs and strange carvings. Sophie sat by the window, staring out into the darkening woods. "Hey," Jake said, holding up a photograph he'd taken off the wall. "Check this out. Is this your family, Mark?" Mark squinted at the picture, his brow furrowing. "I don't think so. Maybe distant relatives?" "My mom's side of the family was pretty big." Sophie leaned in to look. The photo showed a group of people standing outside the cabin, their faces stern and unsmiling. Something about their expressions made her shiver. "Creepy," Rachel said, wrinkling her nose. "Why do old photos always look so haunted?" "Probably because they didn't smile back then," Jake joked, but Sophie wasn't laughing. As the night deepened, the group settled in for dinner, laughing and sharing stories. For a while, Sophie's unease faded, replaced by the warmth of friendship and the crackle of the fire. It wasn't until later, when they were all getting ready for bed, that things started to feel off again. Did anyone hear that? Sophie asked, pausing as she brushed her teeth in the tiny bathroom. Hear what? Rachel called from the next room. It sounded like footsteps. Outside, Mark poked his head around the doorframe, smirking. Probably just a deer. You're jumpy tonight, sophomore. Sophie frowned but didn't argue. She finished brushing her teeth and joined the others in the small bedroom where they'd set up sleeping bags. Good night, everyone, Mark said, flipping off the light. Good night, the others murmured. Sophie lay awake long after the others had fallen asleep. The cabin creaked and groaned with the wind, but every so often she thought she heard something else, soft, shuffling footsteps just outside the walls. Finally, exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted off. When Sophie woke, the room was bathed in an eerie dim light. She sat up, disoriented, and realized that the others were already awake, standing near the door. What's going on? Sophie asked, rubbing her eyes. Jake turned to her, his face pale. The door's locked. We can't get out. What do you mean locked? Sophie got to her feet and joined them at the door. Mark was jiggling the handle furiously, but it wouldn't budge. I mean, it won't open, Jake said. None of the windows will either. It's like we're trapped. Rachel was pacing, her face a mask of fear. This doesn't make sense. We came in through this door last night. How can it be locked from the inside? Mark stopped messing with the handle and stepped back, his jaw clenched. I don't know, but we'll figure it out. There's got to be a way. Sophie glanced at the windows. They were small and high up, but she could see the faint glow of morning light through the dirty glass. Maybe we can break a window, Sophie suggested. Jake grabbed a chair and swung it at the nearest window, but it bounced off with a dull thud. No crack, no shatter, just an eerie vibration that made the whole cabin feel alive. What the hell? Jake muttered, staring at the unbroken glass. Rachel hugged herself, her voice trembling. This isn't possible. Windows don't just not break. Mark looked around the room, his expression grim. We need to stay calm. Panicking won't help. But Sophie wasn't listening. She was staring at the window, her heart sinking. Outside, through the thick layer of grime, she could see the woods. And standing at the edge of the tree line was a figure. It was too far away to make out clearly, but it was tall, unmoving, and watching. Guys, Sophie whispered, her voice shaking. We're not alone. The others followed her gaze, their faces blanching as they saw the figure. What is that? Rachel asked, her voice barely audible. I don't know, Sophie said, stepping back from the window. But it's not going anywhere. The group huddled together, their fear palpable as the cabin seemed to close in around them. The walls creaked, the shadows deepened, and the figure outside remained motionless. They were trapped, and the night was just beginning. The figure remained at the edge of the woods, its silhouette unnervingly still. Sophie's pulse raced as her mind scrambled for an explanation. Was it a trick of the light? A scarecrow? A person? None of it made sense, and every second they stared at it seemed to stretch into eternity. It's probably just some hiker or a hunter, Mark said, though his voice lacked conviction. He pulled the curtain over the window, as if blocking their view of the figure would somehow erase its existence. Rachel sat down on the floor, her knees pulled to her chest. This can't be happening. How are we locked in? And what's with the windows? Her voice cracked as she glanced toward the covered window, clearly expecting the figure to burst through at any moment. Jake grabbed a flashlight from his bag and flipped it on, the beam illuminating the dim cabin interior. All right, let's think this through, he said. Mark, this is your family's cabin. Is there a spare key or something you're not telling us about? Mark shook his head. I told you, I've never even been here. My uncle owned it before me. He left it to me when he passed. And you don't think that's weird? Sophie said, her voice rising. You don't think it's strange that your uncle left you a cabin in the middle of nowhere, and you just decided to bring us here without knowing anything about it. Okay, calm down, Sophie, Mark snapped. How was I supposed to know something like this would happen? Guys, stop. Jake interjected, his tone sharp. Arguing isn't going to help. The tension in the room was suffocating, and Sophie felt her stomach churn with unease. She wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but sit here and wait for whatever was outside to make its move. Let's search the cabin, Jake suggested. There might be another way out, a trapdoor, a hidden exit, something. Reluctantly, the group agreed. Armed with flashlights, they began scouring the cabin, opening every drawer, closet, and cabinet. The cabin seemed deceptively simple, just a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 small bedrooms. Yet every corner they searched only deepened the mystery. Hey, Rachel called from the kitchen. Come look at this. The others hurried to her side, their flashlights converging on the old wooden floor. There, beneath the table, was a trapdoor, its edges barely visible against the worn planks. Why didn't we notice this before? Sophie asked, her voice trembling. I don't know, Rachel said. It's like it wasn't there yesterday. Jake crouched down and tugged at the handle. It didn't budge. Locked, he muttered. Of course it is. Mark examined the trapdoor, his brow furrowed. If we can find the key, maybe we can... A loud knock interrupted him, echoing through the cabin like a gunshot. Everyone froze, their eyes darting toward the front door. The knock came again, slow and deliberate, each thud vibrating through the wooden walls. Who could that be? Rachel whispered, her face pale. No one's out here, Mark said. No one but us. The knocking continued, relentless and rhythmic. Jake grabbed a fireplace poker and crept toward the door. Stay back, he whispered to the others. Sophie wanted to stop him, to beg him not to open the door, but the words caught in her throat. Her heart pounded as Jake reached for the handle, his hand trembling. He flung the door open, flashlight raised, ready to confront whatever, or whoever, was outside. But there was no one there. What the hell? Jake muttered, stepping out onto the porch. The others gathered behind him, peering out into the darkness. The figure was still there, standing at the edge of the woods, but it hadn't moved. It doesn't make sense, Rachel said, her voice breaking. Where did the knocking come from? Jake shone his flashlight around the porch, illuminating the empty woods. Maybe it was an animal, or... The door slammed shut behind them, the sound making them all jump. Sophie spun around, reaching for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It's locked, she shouted, panic rising in her voice. Impossible, Jake said, trying to force it open. We were just inside. The sound of footsteps echoed from within the cabin, slow and deliberate. Everyone froze, their blood turning to ice. There's someone in there, Rachel whispered. Mark banged on the door. Hey, who's in there? No response. Move, Jake said, shouldering past the others. He slammed his weight against the door, again and again, until the wood splintered and the door burst open. They stumbled inside, their flashlights sweeping the room. But it was empty, just as they'd left it. No, Sophie whispered, backing away. No, this isn't right. The cabin felt different now, the air heavier, the shadows darker. The knocking started again, but this time it came from the trapdoor. What is happening? Rachel cried, clutching her head. The knocking grew louder, more insistent, until it was a deafening roar. We need to leave, Sophie said, grabbing Rachel's arm. We can't stay here. Where are we supposed to go? Mark asked, his voice cracking. We're trapped. The trapdoor burst open with a splintering crack, the force sending the table crashing to the floor. A gust of icy wind swept through the cabin, extinguishing their flashlights and plunging them into darkness. And then came the whispering. The whispers were soft at first, like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. But as the group huddled together in the suffocating darkness, the voices grew louder, overlapping in a discordant symphony. Who's there? Jake yelled, his voice echoing off the cabin walls. No answer, only the voices, incomprehensible yet filled with malice, rising and falling in eerie waves. Sophie's breath hitched as she tried to focus, to make sense of the words, but they were in a language she didn't recognize. "Turn on the lights!" Rachel screamed, fumbling with her flashlight. "I'm trying," Mark said, shaking his own flashlight furiously. One by one, the beams flickered back to life, casting pale, shaky light across the cabin. The trapdoor now lay wide open, its gaping black maw exuding a chill that seeped into their bones. "Do not go near that," Sophie warned, her voice trembling. "No one's planning to," Jake said, gripping the fireplace poker like a lifeline. But even as he spoke, something began to emerge from the darkness below. At first, it looked like smoke, tendrils of shadow curling and writhing as they rose from the open trapdoor. But as the shapes solidified, they became grotesque, elongated limbs, hollow faces, and gaping mouths that stretched too wide, screaming silently. Rachel let out a strangled cry, stumbling backward. What is that?" Sophie could barely breathe, her mind reeling as the figures multiplied, filling the room with their oppressive presence. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening now, and Sophie realized they weren't just hearing them, they were in their heads. "You shouldn't have come," a voice rasped, cutting through the cacophony like a knife. The group froze, their eyes darting around the room. "Who said that?" Jake demanded, his voice cracking. The shadows seemed to shift, converging into a single shape, a towering figure with empty, glowing eyes. Its presence was overwhelming, suffocating, as if the air itself had turned to lead. "You shouldn't have come," it repeated, the words reverberating in their skulls. "What do you want from us?" Mark shouted, his voice laced with desperation. The figure tilted its head, as though considering the question. "You belong to us now." "No!" Sophie screamed, grabbing Rachel's hand. "We're leaving." She pulled Rachel toward the door, but as soon as they reached it, the shadows surged forward, blocking their path. Sophie recoiled, her heart pounding as the darkness seemed to grow denser, more alive. "You cannot leave," the voice intoned. "The night will never end." Mark grabbed a chair and hurled it at the shadowy figure, but it passed through harmlessly, shattering against the wall. The figure didn't even flinch. "What do we do?" Rachel cried, her voice breaking. Jake turned to Mark, his eyes wild. "You said this cabin belonged to your uncle, right? Did he ever tell you anything about this place? Anything at all?" "No," Mark shouted, running a hand through his hair. "He barely talked about it. He just left it to me in his will." Sophie's gaze darted to the photographs on the wall. The stern faces, the strange carvings. Everything suddenly seemed significant. "The carvings," she said, her voice trembling. "What if there's some kind of warning?" Jake turned his flashlight to the walls, illuminating the strange symbols etched into the wood. "These aren't just decorations," he muttered, running his fingers over one of the carvings. "There." Before he could finish, the shadowy figure let out a bone-chilling roar, and the room plunged into total darkness again. Sophie screamed as icy fingers wrapped around her wrist, pulling her away from the group. She thrashed wildly, her flashlight clattering to the floor. "Help me! We've got you!" Jake shouted, his beam slicing through the darkness as he lunged toward her. The light struck the figure holding Sophie, and for a moment it recoiled, hissing like steam. Jake grabbed Sophie's arm and yanked her back, the two of them stumbling into the others. "Light hurts them," Jake gasped, his chest heaving. "Keep your flashlights on them." The group formed a tight circle, their beams cutting through the writhing shadows. The creatures hissed and screeched, their forms flickering and dissolving like smoke. But the figure with glowing eyes remained, unaffected by the light. "You cannot escape," it said, its voice resonating with a finality that made Sophie's blood run cold. "Yes, we can," she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. Sophie's gaze darted back to the carvings on the walls. There was something about them, a pattern she hadn't noticed before. Her mind raced, piecing together fragments of memory. stories of ancient protections, wards against evil. "Mark," she said, her voice urgent, "we need to copy the carvings. All of them. They're our only chance." "What?" Mark stared at her, his face pale. "Just do it," Jake barked. "If she's right, it's the only way." Rachel grabbed a knife from the kitchen, while Sophie tore off a piece of wood from a broken chair. They worked frantically, etching the symbols onto the floor, the walls, anywhere they could. The shadows grew more aggressive, battering against their circle of light. The figure loomed closer, its glowing eyes fixed on Sophie. "Hurry!" she screamed, her hands trembling as she carved another symbol. As the last symbol was completed, a blinding light erupted from the carvings, illuminating the entire cabin. The shadows shrieked and disintegrated, their forms scattering like ash in the wind. The glowing-eyed figure let out a final, ear-piercing roar before dissolving into nothingness. And then silence. The silence was deafening, pressing down on them like the weight of the entire cabin. Sophie's hands trembled as she dropped the piece of wood she had used to carve the symbols. For a moment, all she could hear was her own ragged breathing, punctuated by the muffled sobs coming from Rachel. Is it over?" Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," Sophie replied, her voice shaky. She glanced around the room, her flashlight beam flickering as it swept over the walls. The carvings glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat, but the oppressive darkness that had consumed the cabin was gone. Jake lowered his fireplace poker and exhaled sharply, his body sagging with exhaustion. "Whatever that thing was, I think it's gone. But for how long?" Mark asked, rubbing his hands over his face. "What if it comes back?" Sophie turned toward the trapdoor. It remained open, but the black void beneath it now seemed lifeless, inert. The strange, otherworldly chill that had seeped into the room was slowly dissipating. "We can't stay here to find out," she said firmly. "We need to leave now." Mark shook his head. "You saw what happened when we tried to leave earlier. The door locked on its own. The windows wouldn't break. What makes you think we can just walk out now?" Sophie hesitated, her stomach twisting with uncertainty. "The carvings might have broken whatever was trapping us," she said. "We have to try." Jake nodded, stepping toward the front door. "She's right. We can't just sit here and wait for this nightmare to start all over again." The group gathered near the door, their flashlights trained on the surrounding room. Jake reached for the handle, his movements slow and deliberate. When his fingers wrapped around the cold metal, he paused, as if bracing for the worst. Then he turned the knob. It moved smoothly, without resistance. The door creaked open, revealing the night beyond. The cool air rushed in, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and earth. "It's open," Jake said, his voice tinged with disbelief. The others crowded around him, staring out into the dark forest. The figure that had stood at the edge of the woods was gone. The oppressive atmosphere that had surrounded the cabin was lifted, replaced by the quiet stillness of the wilderness. "We're free," Rachel whispered, tears streaming down her face. "Let's not waste any time," Sophie said, stepping onto the porch. She glanced over her shoulder at the others. "Come on." The group descended the steps and began making their way through the forest, their flashlights casting long, shifting shadows on the ground. The trail back to their car felt unfamiliar, as though the forest itself had changed during their time in the cabin. Sophie's heart pounded with every step. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that at any moment the shadows might return to claim them. But the further they walked, the stronger the sense of relief became. After what felt like an eternity, they reached the clearing where their car was parked. "There it is," Mark said, breaking into a run. The group piled into the vehicle, and Jake slid into the driver's seat. His hands shook as he fumbled with the keys, but the engine roared to life on the first try. "Let's get out of here," he said, his voice tight. As they sped down the dirt road, the cabin disappeared behind them, swallowed by the darkness of the forest. Back in the safety of her apartment, Sophie couldn't sleep. The events of the night replayed in her mind, each detail more vivid and horrifying than the last. The glowing-eyed figure, the whispers, the symbols, none of it made sense. She sat at her kitchen table, staring at the piece of wood she had taken from the cabin. It was a fragment of the carvings, a small symbol etched into its surface. She had grabbed it on impulse, a souvenir of their survival, or perhaps a warning. Her phone buzzed on the table, and she jumped, her nerves still raw. It was a text from Jake. Did anyone else feel like something followed us? Her blood ran cold. Before she could respond, another message came through, this time from Rachel. I can hear the whispers again. What's happening? Sophie's hands shook as she typed out a reply, but before she could hit send, the power in her apartment flickered and went out. And in the darkness, she heard it, the whispering. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, closer, until it was all around her. You cannot escape, the voice said, as cold and final as death itself. The last thing Sophie saw was the faint glow of the carving on the piece of wood, pulsing like a heartbeat in the darkness. Name of the next story, The Screams from Below. The house stood at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, its peeling paint and sagging roof belying the promise of a fresh start. For the Grayson family, it was supposed to be a dream come true, an affordable home with enough space for their growing family. It's got character, Emily said, trying to sound enthusiastic as she stepped out of the car. She glanced at her husband, Tom, who was unloading boxes from the trunk. Character, sure, Tom muttered, squinting at the house. But it looks like it's one bad storm away from falling apart. Emily nudged him playfully. It's a fixer-upper. We'll make it ours. Their two kids, Max and Lily, were less convinced. Max, a sullen teenager, leaned against the car with his earbuds in, while Lily, a curious 8-year-old, darted up the creaking porch steps. This place looks haunted, Max said, pulling out one earbud long enough to deliver the comment before retreating into his music. Haunted houses don't come with mortgages, Tom shot back, hoisting a box labeled kitchen onto his shoulder. Inside, the house was even more dilapidated than they'd expected. The wooden floors groaned underfoot, and the air smelled faintly of mildew. Still, Emily was determined to see the potential. This is the start of something great, she said, her voice bright. As they unpacked, Lily wandered off to explore. She found herself drawn to the basement door, a heavy wooden slab with a rusted doorknob. It was slightly ajar, revealing only darkness beyond. Mom, Lily called out. Can I go downstairs? Not yet, sweetie, Emily replied. Let us get the lights working first. But Lily didn't listen. The basement beckoned her, its cool air seeping through the crack in the door. She opened it wider, peering into the black void. Hello, she whispered, her voice small. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then faintly she heard it, a sound so soft she almost thought she'd imagined it. A whisper. Lily! Tom's voice snapped her out of her trance. He appeared at the top of the stairs, frowning. Didn't your mom say to stay out of there? Sorry, Lily mumbled, stepping away from the door. Tom closed it firmly and gave her a pointed look. No exploring without permission. Got it, Lily nodded, but as she walked away, she couldn't shake the feeling that something down there had been listening. That night, as the family settled into their new home, the first scream echoed through the house. It was distant but unmistakable, a long, guttural cry that seemed to rise from beneath the floorboards. Emily bolted upright in bed, her heart pounding. Did you hear that? She whispered, shaking Tom awake. Hear what? Tom groaned, still half asleep. That scream, she said, her voice trembling. It came from the basement. Tom sat up, frowning. You're imagining things. Old houses make weird noises. Emily wasn't convinced, but she didn't press the issue. She lay back down, her ears straining for any sound. The next morning, as they gathered for breakfast, Max was the first to bring it up. Did anyone else hear screaming last night? He asked, poking at his cereal. Emily's eyes widened. You heard it too? Yeah, Max said. It was creepy, like someone was dying or something. Tom frowned, glancing at Lily. Did you hear anything, kiddo? Lily shook her head, but her pale face told a different story. Maybe it was just the wind, Tom said, though he didn't sound convinced. Emily decided to investigate. After breakfast, she grabbed a flashlight and headed for the basement. The air grew colder as she descended, the steps creaking under her weight. At the bottom, she found a space that was both ordinary and unsettling. Rusted tools hung on the walls and cobwebs draped the ceiling. But there was nothing that could explain the scream. Then she noticed something odd, a faint line in the concrete floor, forming a perfect rectangle. What's this? She muttered, crouching down. It looked like a trapdoor, but there was no handle or hinge. Just a seamless slab of concrete that didn't quite match the rest of the floor. Find anything? Tom's voice startled her, and she jumped, nearly dropping the flashlight. Don't sneak up on me, she snapped, her nerves frayed. Tom held up his hands in mock surrender. Sorry, what are you looking at? Emily pointed to the rectangle. I think there's something under here. Tom knelt beside her, running his fingers along the edges. It's sealed up tight. Probably nothing important. Then why seal it? Emily asked. Tom shrugged. I'll take a look later. Let's not freak ourselves out, okay? But Emily couldn't let it go. That night, as the rest of the family slept, she lay awake, staring at the ceiling. The scream had been real, she was sure of it, and whatever was beneath that trapdoor was connected. When the second scream came, louder and more anguished than before, she knew she couldn't ignore it. Emily bolted upright as the second scream tore through the house. It was closer this time, as if it came from just beneath their bedroom floor. She glanced at Tom, who was still snoring softly, oblivious to the sound. Tom, she hissed, shaking his shoulder. Wake up. It's happening again. Tom groaned and turned over, muttering, probably just the pipes. Pipes don't scream, Emily snapped, grabbing the flashlight from the nightstand. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and slipped into her slippers, her heart pounding as she tiptoed out of the room. The house was eerily quiet now, but the air felt heavy, oppressive. She crept toward the basement door, every creak of the floorboards making her wince. When she reached it, she hesitated, her hand hovering over the knob. She thought about waking Tom again, but she knew he'd dismiss her concerns. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and started down the stairs. The basement was colder than before, the chill biting through her thin pajamas. She shone the flashlight around, the beam slicing through the darkness. Everything looked the same, rusted tools, old boxes, cobwebs, but the air carried a faint metallic tang like blood. Her eyes fell on the faint rectangle in the concrete floor. She knelt beside it, running her fingers along the edges. It felt colder than the rest of the floor, almost icy. What are you hiding? She whispered to herself. The scream came again, loud and piercing, making her yelp and drop the flashlight. It clattered to the floor, the beam flickering wildly before stabilizing. The sound seemed to come from the rectangle, as if something beneath it was crying out in agony. Mom! Emily whirled around to see Lily standing at the top of the stairs, clutching her stuffed rabbit. Her wide eyes glistened with tears. What are you doing down here? Lily asked, her voice trembling. Go back to bed, sweetheart, Emily said, trying to keep her voice steady. Everything's fine. But I heard it too, Lily whispered. The screaming. Emily's stomach twisted. She didn't want to scare her daughter, but there was no denying the truth now. Come here, she said, holding out her hand. Lily hesitated, then slowly descended the stairs, her rabbit clutched tightly to her chest. I don't like it down here, she said, her voice barely audible. Neither do I, Emily admitted. But I think we need to figure out what's going on. Together, they stared at the rectangle. The faint metallic smell grew stronger, making Emily's stomach churn. Do you think it's a monster? Lily asked, her voice small. Emily shook her head, though she wasn't sure what to believe. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's trapped down there. Lily shivered, and Emily wrapped an arm around her. Let's go back upstairs, she said. We'll talk to Dad in the morning. But as they turned to leave, the trapdoor shifted. It was subtle at first, a faint scraping sound like stone grinding against stone. Emily froze, her heart hammering in her chest. Mom, Lily whispered, gripping her hand tightly. The rectangle began to lift, just a fraction of an inch, but enough to reveal a sliver of darkness beneath it. Cold air rushed out, carrying with it the faint sound of whispering voices. Run, Emily said, her voice barely more than a breath. She grabbed Lily and bolted up the stairs, slamming the basement door shut behind them. She locked it and leaned against it, her chest heaving. What's going on? Tom's voice startled her, and she turned to see him standing in the hallway, rubbing his eyes. The trapdoor, she gasped. Something's trying to come out. Tom frowned, clearly skeptical. Emily, you're scaring Lily. It's not just me, she snapped. She heard it too. Lily nodded, tears streaming down her face. There's something down there, Dad. It's trying to get out. Tom sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. All right, I'll take a look in the morning, okay? But for now, let's all try to get some sleep. Emily wanted to argue, but the exhaustion in his voice stopped her. Reluctantly, she followed him back to bed, though she doubted she'd be able to sleep. The next day, Tom kept his promise. Armed with a crowbar and a determined expression, he headed into the basement while Emily and the kids waited anxiously upstairs. After what felt like an eternity, he returned, his face pale. There's definitely a trapdoor down there, he admitted. But it's sealed up tight. I couldn't budge it. What about the screams? Emily asked. Tom hesitated, then shook his head. I didn't hear anything. Maybe it's all in our heads. It's not, Emily said firmly. Something's down there, Tom. And it's not going to stop. That night, Emily couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind rattling the windows set her nerves on edge. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind replaying the sound of the screams. By midnight, she couldn't take it anymore. She slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Tom, and made her way to the basement door. She paused there, her hand on the doorknob, her heart pounding. The air around the door felt cold, unnaturally so, as if something on the other side was sucking the warmth out of the house. Gathering her courage, she opened the door and descended the stairs, flashlight in hand. The basement seemed darker than before, the shadows deeper and more oppressive. She shone the flashlight on the trapdoor, half expecting it to have shifted again. It hadn't, but the air around it was heavy, almost alive. Why won't you just stay quiet? She whispered, her voice trembling. As if in response, a low, guttural moan emanated from beneath the floor. Emily stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. What do you want? She asked, her voice cracking. The moan turned into a series of whispers, indistinct and layered, like 1,000 voices speaking at once. She couldn't make out the words, but the tone was pleading, desperate. She backed away, her pulse racing. She had to wake Tom, had to make him believe her this time. Tom, wake up, she said, shaking him. He groaned and turned over. What is it now? It's the basement, she said urgently. Something's down there, and it's trying to talk to us. Tom sat up, rubbing his eyes. Emily, this is getting ridiculous. There's nothing down there. Then come with me, she challenged. Right now. Come with me, and I'll show you. Tom sighed but got out of bed. Fine. Let's settle this once and for all. Together, they went to the basement. Emily led the way, gripping the flashlight tightly. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, she pointed to the trapdoor. Listen, she said. Tom crossed his arms, his expression skeptical. I don't hear anything. Just wait, Emily insisted. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, faintly, the whispers began again. Tom stiffened, his eyes widening. What the hell is that? He muttered. I told you, Emily said, her voice shaking. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and the trapdoor began to tremble. Tom grabbed Emily's arm, pulling her toward the stairs. "We need to get out of here," he said. But as they turned to leave, the basement lights flickered and went out, plunging them into darkness. Emily's flashlight flickered, then died, leaving them in the pitch-black void. "Tom," Emily whispered, her voice trembling. "I'm here," he said, though his voice was tight with fear. A loud, echoing bang came from the trapdoor, followed by a deep, resonant voice that seemed to shake the very foundation of the house. "Release us," it said, the words reverberating in their bones. Emily clutched Tom's arm, her nails digging into his skin. "What do we do?" "Run," he said, his voice barely more than a breath. They stumbled up the stairs, the darkness pressing in around them. As they reached the top, the basement door slammed shut behind them, the sound echoing through the house. The next day, Tom called a contractor to inspect the trapdoor. The man arrived in the afternoon, a burly figure with a no-nonsense attitude. "Looks like someone went to a lot of trouble to seal this up," the contractor said, examining the concrete. "You sure you want to mess with it?" "Yes," Tom said firmly. "We need to know what's down there." The contractor shrugged and set to work, using a jackhammer to break through the concrete. Emily and Tom watched from the stairs, their hearts pounding as the layers of concrete gave way. After an hour, the contractor stopped, wiping sweat from his brow. "You've got a door here, all right," he said. "But it's metal, and locked tight. Can you open it?" Tom asked. "Not without the right tools," the contractor replied. "This thing's built to last." Emily felt a cold knot of dread in her stomach. Who would go to such lengths to seal something away? The contractor shrugged again. "Beats me. But if you want it opened, I'll need to come back tomorrow with better equipment." Tom agreed, and the man left. That night, the screams returned, louder and more frantic than ever. Emily lay in bed, trembling, as the voices filled the house. They weren't just coming from the basement anymore. They seemed to echo through the walls surrounding them. "Help us," the voices pleaded. "Set us free." Morning couldn't come fast enough. Emily hadn't slept at all, her nerves stretched thin by the relentless screams and whispers. Tom looked just as haggard, dark circles under his eyes and a tension in his shoulders that hadn't been there before. "Did you hear it?" she asked as they sat at the breakfast table, the untouched plates of food between them. "I heard it," Tom admitted, his voice low. "It was everywhere." Lily and Jake sat silently, their faces pale. Even the kids had heard the voices this time. "What if we're making a mistake?" Emily whispered, glancing toward the basement door. "We have to know," Tom said firmly. "Whatever's down there, we can't just ignore it." The contractor arrived around noon, this time with a team and heavy-duty equipment. Emily and the kids stayed upstairs while Tom supervised. She tried to keep them distracted with a movie, but the low rumble of the jackhammers seeped through the floor, a constant reminder of what was happening below. After what felt like hours, there was a loud clang, followed by a shout. Emily's stomach dropped, and she rushed to the basement. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, she saw the contractor and his team standing around the now exposed metal trapdoor. It was covered in strange symbols, etched deep into the surface. The air around it felt heavier, almost suffocating. "What is this?" Tom asked, his voice shaky. "Damned if I know," the contractor said, scratching his head. "I've never seen anything like it. Looks old, though. Real old. Can you open it?" Tom asked. The contractor hesitated, then nodded. "I'll need to cut through it. It'll take some time." Emily felt a wave of panic. "Wait," she said, stepping forward. "What if it's dangerous?" Tom placed a hand on her shoulder. "We need answers, Emily." Reluctantly, she stepped back, watching as the contractor and his team set to work. Sparks flew as they used cutting tools to slice through the metal, the sound grating and shrill. As the first cut was made, the whispers began again, faint but unmistakable. "Do you hear that?" one of the workers asked, glancing around nervously. It's just the sound echoing, the contractor said, though his voice lacked conviction. The whispers grew louder, forming words now. Leave us, they hissed. Do not disturb the seal. Emily's heart raced. Tom, we should stop. This isn't right. Tom looked conflicted, but before he could respond, the trapdoor groaned and shifted. The workers stepped back, their tools clattering to the ground as the door lifted on its own. A blast of cold air erupted from the opening, carrying with it the smell of decay. Emily gagged, covering her nose and mouth. What the hell is that? One of the workers muttered, his face pale. The opening revealed a set of stone stairs spiraling downward into darkness. The air seemed to hum with energy, and the whispers turned into a chorus of voices, rising and falling in a chaotic symphony. Nope, one of the workers said, backing away. I'm out. Whatever this is, I'm not sticking around to find out. The others followed suit, leaving their tools behind as they hurried up the stairs. Tom, we can't go down there, Emily said, grabbing his arm. We've come this far, he said, though his voice trembled. What if it's a trap? She asked. Tom hesitated, glancing at the dark opening. We'll just take a quick look, he said. We need to know what's down there. Emily shook her head, but Tom was already stepping toward the stairs. The descent was slow, every step echoing into the abyss below. Emily followed reluctantly, holding a lantern while Tom carried a crowbar. The walls of the staircase were carved with more of the strange symbols, their edges glowing faintly in the dim light. The whispers grew louder as they descended, overlapping and interweaving until they were impossible to understand. Do you feel that? Emily asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, Tom said. The air was thick and oppressive, pressing down on them like a weight. At the bottom of the stairs, they found themselves in a cavernous chamber. The walls were covered in the same glowing symbols, and in the center of the room was a massive stone altar. Emily's breath caught in her throat. The altar was covered in dried blood, the stains dark and crusted. Chains hung from the walls, their ends rusted but still intact. What is this place? Tom whispered, his voice tinged with awe and fear. Before Emily could answer, the whispers stopped. The sudden silence was deafening, pressing against their ears like a tangible force. And then a voice spoke, deep and resonant, echoing through the chamber. You should not have come. Emily and Tom froze, their eyes darting around the room. The shadows seemed to shift and coalesce, forming the vague outline of a figure. What do you want? Tom asked, his voice trembling. The figure tilted its head, as if considering the question. Freedom, it said. Emily's grip tightened on the lantern. Why were you sealed away? The figure didn't answer directly. Instead, it began to move toward them, its form solidifying with each step. Release us, it said, its voice filling the room, and we will spare you. The figure loomed in front of them now, a shadowy mass with piercing eyes that seemed to glow from within. Its features were indistinct, like a nightmare trapped in the fading edges of reality. Emily's heart pounded in her chest, every instinct screaming for them to turn and run, but she stood frozen, unable to tear her eyes away from the figure before them. Release us, it repeated, its voice like a whisper caught in the wind, but somehow stronger, more insistent. Tom stepped back, his face pale. How do we release you? He asked, his voice barely audible. The figure raised a hand, its fingers elongated and dark, pointing toward the altar. The seal can only be broken with a sacrifice, it said. Emily's blood ran cold. What kind of sacrifice? The figure's lips curled into a grin, one that seemed to stretch unnaturally wide, far too wide for its face. One of your own, it whispered, the words hanging in the air like a curse. Emily recoiled, her stomach churning. No, she whispered, shaking her head. We can't, we won't. The figure's grin faltered for just a moment, then returned, though now it seemed darker, more predatory. You have no choice, it said. You've already begun the ritual. You can't stop it now. The whispers returned, louder this time, filling the entire chamber. They were no longer just words, they were commands. Demands, pleas for release, and promises of suffering if they didn't comply. Emily's head spun as she tried to make sense of it all. Tom turned to her, his face desperate. "We can't just leave, can we?" She shook her head slowly, tears stinging her eyes. "I don't know what to do, Tom. I don't know what's real anymore." The figure stepped closer, its eyes never leaving them. "You'll choose," it said. "Who will it be?" Emily felt the weight of its gaze press into her, felt it wrapping around her soul, pulling her toward the altar. "No," she whispered, stepping backward. But there was nowhere to go. The walls of the chamber were closing in, and the whispers grew louder, swirling around them, demanding their attention. "We can't," she repeated, her voice cracking. Tom's face was pale, his hands trembling. "Emily." Before he could say more, the figure's eyes glowed brighter, and a terrible, guttural screech filled the air, making the floor beneath them shake. The walls of the chamber cracked, and the stone altar trembled as if something from within was trying to break free. "It is too late," the figure hissed. A dark tendril shot out from the altar, wrapping around Emily's leg, pulling her toward it. She screamed, trying to break free, but the grip was too strong. "Tom," she cried, reaching for him, her fingers brushing against his as she was dragged closer to the altar. Tom grabbed her hand, his face full of horror. "I won't let go, Emily." But the tendrils tightened, and with a sickening jerk, Emily was yanked free from his grasp, her scream echoing through the chamber. Tom lunged forward, but the floor beneath him cracked, and he was thrown back, slamming into the stone wall with a sickening thud. "Tom!" Emily cried, her voice raw with fear. But the shadows around her had already taken her, and she was lifted toward the altar, where the dark figure stood waiting. Back upstairs, Lily and Jake huddled together, their faces pale with fear. They could still hear the whispers from the basement, seeping up through the cracks in the floorboards, and the sounds of muffled screams. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, and the oppressive weight of dread seemed to press down on the entire house. "Mom and Dad are down there," Jake said quietly, his voice trembling. Lily swallowed hard, her eyes wide. "What if they don't come back?" "Stop," Jake said, his voice breaking. "Don't say that. They'll be fine." But even as he said the words, he wasn't sure he believed them. In the chamber below, Emily was bound to the stone altar by the dark tendrils that had wrapped around her limbs, her body trembling in fear. The figure stood over her, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, watching her with cold, cruel detachment. "Please," Emily whispered, her voice weak. "Let me go." The figure did not respond, instead turning its attention toward the altar. The stone beneath her began to pulse, glowing with a dark, crimson light. The whispers grew deafening, a cacophony of tortured souls begging for release. Emily's heart raced in her chest as the air grew colder, the darkness suffocating. She could feel her life slipping away, the weight of the ritual closing in on her. Suddenly, she heard a voice. It was faint at first, like a whisper in the back of her mind. But as it grew louder, she recognized it. "Tom." "Emily," he shouted, his voice full of desperation. "I'm coming for you." The figure turned toward the sound, its expression twisted in rage. "You cannot stop it," it growled. "This must be done." But Emily's heart surged with a new sense of hope. Tom was coming for her. He hadn't abandoned her. "Tom," she cried, straining against the tendrils that held her in place. The dark figure stepped forward, blocking her view of the entrance to the chamber. "No one is leaving," it said, its voice full of finality. But as the figure advanced, Emily noticed something. Its form was flickering, its edges wavering as if it were not entirely real. And then, in an instant, the figure's form shattered like glass, dissipating into the air with an eerie, high-pitched screech. Emily blinked in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. But as she looked up, she saw Tom standing in the doorway, his face grim and determined. Tom's eyes locked onto Emily as she struggled against the tendrils, and his heart nearly stopped. The sight of her, bound and terrified, spurred him into action. Without thinking, he grabbed a heavy shard of stone from the floor, using it as a weapon, and charged toward the altar. "Emily, hold on!" he shouted, his voice desperate. The darkness around them seemed to respond to his presence, a low growl emanating from the walls of the chamber. The very air seemed to thicken, like a storm was gathering. But Tom wasn't stopping. He swung the stone shard down with all his strength, aiming for the tendrils that held Emily in place. The shard connected with a sickening crack, and for a moment the tendril recoiled, loosening its grip just enough for Emily to jerk her body free. "Tom!" Emily cried, but the relief was short-lived. The moment she freed herself, the darkness surged back, faster than she could react. The tendrils whipped around her, pulling her back toward the altar with terrifying speed. "Not again!" she screamed. Her body crashed against the stone surface, the air knocked from her lungs as the tendrils began to coil tighter, their grip stronger than ever. Tom's heart pounded in his chest as he fought his way toward her, the shard of stone still in his hand. He was close, so close, but it felt like the darkness itself was pulling him away, like invisible hands were reaching for him from the shadows. "Emily, fight!" he yelled, his voice cracking with panic. But her eyes were distant, her face pale, as if something was draining the life from her. The whispers grew louder again, their voices a maddening, frantic chorus. "Sacrifice, sacrifice," they hissed, over and over again. Tom wasn't going to let this end. Not like this. He swung the shard of stone at the tendrils, hacking away at the mass of darkness, his movements fueled by pure instinct. With one final, desperate strike, the tendrils writhed, shrieking in pain. Emily gasped for air, her body racked with fear, as the darkness began to recede. The tendrils retreated into the stone altar, leaving nothing but a lingering chill in the air. Tom rushed forward, his hands trembling as he pulled Emily from the altar. Her body was weak, but she was alive. "Emily, Emily, look at me," Tom whispered, brushing her hair from her face. Her eyes fluttered open, and she stared at him with a mixture of relief and confusion. "It's over," Tom said softly, though he wasn't sure if it truly was. But as Emily looked around the chamber, the very walls seemed to shimmer, as if the room itself were not entirely real. The symbols on the walls flickered like a dying light, their glow fading. The voices had stopped, but the air was still thick with tension. "We need to leave," Emily said, her voice barely above a whisper. Tom nodded, helping her to her feet. But as they made their way toward the stairs, they both heard it, a deep, guttural growl, one that echoed from the farthest reaches of the chamber. The darkness wasn't gone. Not yet. Upstairs, Lily and Jake sat huddled together, their faces pale with worry. They had heard the sounds of struggle coming from below, the echoes of their parents' voices growing distant, then silent. The house felt eerily still now, like the calm before a storm. "I can't just sit here," Jake said, his voice trembling. "We have to go down there." "No," Lily whispered, holding onto him tightly. "What if they don't come back? What if they're trapped?" But before Jake could respond, they both heard the faintest sound, a creak, then a thud. The basement door was opening. "Mom? Dad?" Lily called out softly, her voice breaking. And then, slowly, Tom and Emily emerged from the basement, their faces drawn and weary. "Mom! Dad!" Lily rushed forward, relief flooding her body. Tom collapsed against the doorframe, gasping for breath. Emily stumbled, but she managed to keep her balance, her hand clutching Tom's arm for support. "It's over," Tom said hoarsely, his voice raw. "We're leaving. Now." They didn't need to be told twice. They gathered their things in a panic, not stopping to question the strange calm that seemed to have descended on the house. Emily didn't want to think about it. She didn't want to understand it. They had to leave. They had to escape the house before it took anything more from them. As they made their way out the front door, Emily paused, glancing over her shoulder at the house. For a moment, she thought she saw a figure in the window watching them, but when she blinked, it was gone. "Let's go," Tom said, pulling her toward the car. "It's not safe here anymore." The family piled into the car, the engine sputtering to life. As they pulled away, Emily looked out the back window. The house loomed behind them, a silent, dark figure against the night sky. She didn't know what had really happened in that house. She didn't know if they'd truly escaped, or if they'd merely delayed the inevitable. All she knew was that they couldn't go back, and as the house disappeared into the distance, Emily heard it. A faint, distant scream that echoed across the night. The family drove in silence, the weight of their experience pressing heavily on them, each of them lost in their own thoughts. The night outside was vast, the darkness swallowing the road ahead, but the light of the car's headlights barely pierced the emptiness. The world outside felt like a different place entirely from the house they had just left behind. But despite the silence, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed them. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, as though the very air was thick with an unseen presence. "Do you feel that?" Emily asked quietly, breaking the silence. Tom glanced at her, his face drawn and tired. "Feel what?" "The air, it's different," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Like something's watching us." Tom frowned, glancing in the rearview mirror as if expecting to see something there, something that shouldn't be. "It's just the after effects," he said, trying to sound reassuring. "We're safe now." But even as he said the words, he didn't believe them. The road stretched on, endless, as the car moved farther and farther from the house. Yet the nagging feeling in Emily's chest wouldn't subside. She tried to focus on the world outside the car window, the dark trees, the stretch of road that seemed to go on forever, but her mind kept drifting back to that place, to the screams, to the darkness. And then it hit her, a chilling thought that froze her heart. "What if it's not over?" she said, her voice trembling. Tom's eyes flicked to her, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" I don't know," Emily whispered, her breath quickening. "It feels like the house is still there watching us." Lily shifted in the back seat, glancing nervously at her mother. "I don't like this, Mom. I don't like this at all." Jake, sitting next to Lily, gripped his sister's hand tightly. "Stop talking like that. We're okay now." But deep down, none of them felt okay. They'd barely escaped, and though the house was far behind them, it still loomed large in their minds. Suddenly, Emily gasped, her eyes going wide with horror. "Look," she pointed to the rearview mirror. Tom glanced in the mirror. His heart stopped. For a moment, there was nothing. The road stretched on, the black night ahead of them like an endless void. But then something moved. A shadow. A figure. It was hard to make out at first, just a dark silhouette against the dim lights of the car. But as they drove on, the figure became clearer, there standing just behind the car, in the middle of the road. "No," Tom whispered. "It's not possible." But it was there, undeniable, a dark shape moving as though it were alive, a figure wrapped in shadows. Emily's breath hitched, her body stiff with fear. "What the hell is that?" she gasped. "I don't know," Tom said, his voice strained. He slammed his foot down on the gas pedal, speeding away, but the figure remained in the rearview mirror, following them, growing closer with every passing second. "Stop!" Emily screamed, clutching Tom's arm. "Stop the car!" Tom gritted his teeth, but he didn't stop. They had to get away, get as far as possible from the nightmare they had just escaped. But the figure kept following them, its shape now clearer than ever, dark, with piercing eyes that gleamed like molten fire. As they sped down the road, the figure seemed to keep pace with the car, moving effortlessly, its form barely flickering in and out of view. "We're not alone," Emily whispered, her voice breaking. The wind howled outside, and the shadows seemed to stretch, grow longer, darker. The temperature inside the car dropped, and a coldness seeped into their bones. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. Tom slammed on the brakes, his hands shaking. The car screeched to a halt in the middle of the road. The headlights cast long shadows ahead of them, but the figure was nowhere to be seen. "I saw it too," Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. "I wasn't imagining it." Tom nodded, his eyes wide with disbelief. He didn't know what had happened, what kind of nightmare they were still trapped in. "I don't think it's over," Emily murmured, her voice thick with dread. Tom turned to her, his face pale. "What do we do?" But Emily didn't have an answer. There was nothing they could do. They had escaped the house, but something darker, something far worse, was still with them. The curse had followed them, and they had no way of knowing how far it would go or how long it would torment them. The wind howled again, and the distant screams of the trapped souls echoed in their minds. Emily closed her eyes, her heart heavy with the weight of the unknown. They hadn't escaped. They were never going to escape. Name of the next story: The Hallow in the Woods. The forest stretched out before them, a sea of dark trees and undergrowth that seemed to hum with a life of its own. It was the kind of place that felt timeless, where the world beyond seemed distant, forgotten, as if time had no hold on the ancient woods. For Sarah and Jack, it was supposed to be a simple hiking trip, an escape from the noise of the city, a chance to reconnect with nature. But as they stepped off the well-worn trail, the feeling in the air began to change, the weight of the forest pressing down on them. "You sure this is the right way?" Jack asked, glancing around. His voice was edged with doubt as they pushed deeper into the trees, the trail now barely visible beneath the dense thicket of underbrush. Sarah shrugged, a smile on her face, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Yeah, there's a hidden grove up ahead, a secluded spot. We'll be fine." But the deeper they went, the less certain Sarah became. It had started as a quiet adventure, the promise of discovery, but now, with the trees towering over them and the shadows creeping longer, a sense of unease began to settle in her chest. The further they walked, the quieter the forest seemed to get. No birds chirped, no rustling of animals. It was as if the very life of the forest had been drained away, leaving behind only the stillness. Jack noticed it too. "You hear that?" he asked, his voice a whisper. Sarah froze, her heart skipping a beat. The silence around them was almost oppressive, but there was something else, a faint murmur, just on the edge of hearing, like a whisper carried on the wind. "What is that?" Jack murmured, looking around. Before Sarah could answer, the whispering stopped. Everything went eerily quiet again. "Let's just keep moving," she said, her voice shaky, though she forced a smile. They continued walking, but every step felt heavier, the air thicker with an unknown pressure. After what felt like hours, they stumbled upon it, the grove. But it wasn't what Sarah had imagined. The trees here were older, twisted, their bark dark and gnarled. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and a strange, unsettling energy seemed to hum from the ground itself. "This is it," Sarah said, though there was no joy in her voice now. The grove was far more unsettling than she had expected. The trees formed a perfect circle, their branches intertwined above, blocking out the sky entirely. The ground was covered with a carpet of moss, but there were no flowers, no plants, nothing that seemed to thrive in the space. And then, in the center of the grove, was an altar. It was an ancient stone structure, weathered and cracked, with strange symbols etched into its surface. Sarah felt a cold shiver run down her spine as she stepped closer to it. Something about the altar felt wrong, like it had been waiting for something, or someone, for centuries. "Sarah, I don't like this," Jack said, his voice tight with fear. "I know," she whispered back. She hadn't liked it from the moment they entered the grove, but curiosity kept her feet planted to the ground. There was something compelling about the place, something that seemed to draw her in. "I think we should go back," Jack said, taking a step toward the path. But before Sarah could reply, something moved in the shadows of the trees. A figure, cloaked in black, standing just beyond the circle of the grove. "Who's there?" Sarah called out, her voice trembling. No answer came, but the figure didn't move. It was like it was watching them, waiting. Jack turned to Sarah, his eyes wide with fear. "We need to get out of here. Now." But Sarah was frozen, her gaze locked on the figure. It felt as though something was calling her, pulling her closer. She couldn't look away. Before she could take a step forward, the figure raised its hand. In an instant, a low hum filled the air, a vibration that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. The ground beneath them shook, just slightly at first, but then it grew stronger, the air around them vibrating with energy. "Sarah, what is that?" Jack gasped, his voice shaking. I don't know," Sarah whispered, her heart racing. The trees around them began to sway, though there was no wind. The strange humming grew louder, and the ground beneath them began to crack open, as though some ancient force was stirring beneath the surface. From the crack in the earth, something emerged. A figure, a creature, half human, half something else. It was cloaked in shadows, its body shifting and changing, as though it was made of the very darkness itself. Its eyes burned with an unnatural light, and its mouth, when it opened, revealed rows of sharp, jagged teeth. "Sarah, we need to run!" Jack screamed, but it was too late. The creature let out a screech, a sound so piercing it made their ears ring. The ground trembled beneath them, and the air seemed to freeze. The figure in the shadows spoke, its voice a low growl. "You are too late. The ritual has begun." Before Sarah could react, the creature lunged forward, its limbs twisting unnaturally as it reached for her. She screamed, stumbling backward, but Jack grabbed her arm, pulling her away from the creature's grasp. "We have to get out of here," Jack shouted, panic taking over his voice. The ground beneath them began to give way, the earth crumbling as if the very forest were swallowing them whole. The altar in the center of the grove pulsed with an eerie light, the symbols etched into its surface glowing brighter, as if they were alive. But the forest wasn't letting them leave. As they ran, the trees around them seemed to close in, their branches twisting like hands reaching for them. The shadows stretched long and dark, chasing them through the woods, as though the very forest itself was alive and hungry. Behind them, the creature's screech echoed, a sound that chilled them to the bone. The darkness was coming for them, and there was no escape. Jack and Sarah sprinted through the woods, their breath ragged, their feet stumbling over the uneven ground. Every step they took seemed to bring them deeper into the heart of the forest, where the shadows grew thicker and the trees seemed to close in around them. The world was a blur of darkness, and the only sound was the pounding of their hearts and the distant, chilling screech of the creature behind them. "We can't outrun it," Sarah gasped, her lungs burning with each breath. "We have to try," Jack shouted back, his voice strained with panic. They pushed on, the trail ahead barely visible through the blackness. But it wasn't the darkness that terrified them most. It was the feeling of something watching them, following them. The trees were no longer just trees. They felt alive, like twisted, gnarled hands reaching out to grab them. The branches above creaked and groaned, as though the forest itself was alive and angry. Behind them, the creature's screeches grew louder, more frantic. Sarah's heart raced in her chest, and she dared not look over her shoulder, knowing that whatever was chasing them was getting closer. Suddenly, Jack stumbled, his foot catching on a root that jutted up from the ground. He fell hard to the earth, his breath knocked out of him. "Jack!" Sarah cried, her voice filled with terror. She skidded to a halt and turned back toward him, her eyes wide with fear. "I'm fine," he gasped, pushing himself up. "Go! Keep going!" But it was too late. The ground beneath them shuddered again, and the trees seemed to shift. A heavy, oppressive air filled the space, and from the shadows, the creature emerged. It was no longer just a figure in the dark. It was fully formed now, standing tall, its eyes burning with an unnatural light. The twisted limbs of its body seemed to flicker and shift, its flesh a mass of shadow and shifting darkness. It moved with an eerie fluidity, as though it were made of smoke and nightmares. "Run!" Jack shouted again, pulling Sarah by the arm. But the creature's screech echoed through the forest, so deafening it seemed to shake the very air around them. They ran again, but the forest was no longer just a maze of trees. It had become a labyrinth, the path shifting and changing with every turn. No matter how fast they ran, the trees seemed to close in behind them, blocking their way, twisting in unnatural ways to prevent them from escaping. "We're trapped," Sarah shouted, her voice breaking. She could feel the coldness of the creature's presence closing in on them, its very being pressing down on her chest. "Keep moving," Jack yelled, desperation creeping into his voice. There has to be a way out. But the more they ran, the more they realized that the forest itself was changing, bending around them. The ancient trees were alive, and they weren't going to let them leave. And then, as if the earth itself had decided to swallow them whole, the ground beneath their feet gave way. Sarah screamed as she felt herself falling, her hands scrambling for purchase on the smooth, slick surface. She landed hard, her body slamming into the ground below, the air knocked from her lungs. Jack landed beside her, breathless and gasping for air. They lay there for a moment, their hearts pounding in their chests, their bodies bruised and aching from the fall. What happened?" Sarah breathed, her voice trembling with fear. Jack didn't answer right away. He was too busy looking around, his eyes wide with horror. They were no longer in the woods. They were in something else. A vast, dark chamber stretched out before them, the walls of stone slick with moisture. The air was thick with the smell of decay, and the ground beneath them was covered with a strange, black substance that clung to their skin. "What is this place?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible in the oppressive silence. I don't know," Jack muttered, slowly pushing himself to his feet. "But we have to get out of here." The chamber was vast, stretching on in every direction. The walls were covered in strange symbols, etched into the stone with a craftsmanship that seemed far older than anything either of them had ever seen. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, broken only by the occasional dripping of water from the ceiling. The ground beneath their feet pulsed, like a heartbeat, and the shadows in the corners seemed to move of their own accord. Sarah's stomach churned with a deep, primal fear. She felt as though they had crossed into a place where the rules of reality no longer applied. As they ventured deeper into the chamber, the whispers started again. Faint at first, but growing louder with each step. The words were unintelligible, a jumble of ancient languages that sent chills down Sarah's spine. It was as though the very air was filled with the voices of those who had come before them, whispers of those who had walked this path long before and had never returned. "Jack," Sarah's voice trembled as she reached for his hand. "I don't think we're alone." Jack stopped, his eyes scanning the darkness. There was something watching them, hidden just out of sight. Suddenly, the ground beneath them rumbled again, and the walls of the chamber began to shift, groaning with the sound of ancient stone grinding against stone. A low, guttural growl echoed through the space, and the air grew thick with the scent of something foul, something alive. The creature's voice, its terrible, otherworldly screech, rang out, louder this time. It was here, and it was no longer hiding in the shadows. It was coming for them. The growl grew louder, reverberating through the walls of the chamber like an ancient beast awakening. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble with each passing moment, as though the very earth itself was preparing for something terrible to emerge. The darkness seemed to stretch, curling around them like a living thing, suffocating the light. Jack grabbed Sarah's hand, his grip tight with fear. "We need to find a way out," he whispered urgently, his eyes darting around the chamber, trying to make sense of the ever-changing space. But there was no way out, not yet. Not while the creature was so close. From the corner of the chamber, something shifted. At first, it was a subtle movement, a flicker in the shadows, but it quickly grew. The figure that emerged was no longer the creature of shifting darkness. It was something far worse. Its body was writhing, an amalgamation of limbs, twisted and unnatural, its face a distorted mask of agony and rage. Its eyes burned with the same unnatural light that had terrified them since they first entered the forest. It moved toward them with unnatural speed, its limbs stretching and contracting as if it were made of smoke and nightmares. Jack's pulse raced, panic overtaking his thoughts. "Run," he screamed, but his voice was swallowed by the thing's low, menacing growl. But where could they run to? The chamber had no exits that they could see. The walls were solid stone, ancient and unyielding. The only way out now was through the beast that was steadily approaching them, its eyes locked onto theirs with a malevolent hunger. Sarah pulled Jack back, trying to make sense of the impossible situation. There had to be something they could do, some way to fight back, or at least escape. But the creature was upon them now, its mouth opening in a terrible, inhuman scream. "We have to face it," Jack said, voice shaky. "We can't outrun it." Sarah nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew he was right. There was no escape, only confrontation. The creature lunged toward them, its sharp claws scraping the stone floor as it closed the distance between them. Jack and Sarah scrambled to find something, anything, to defend themselves with. But the chamber was barren, empty save for the walls that seemed to close in on them. In desperation, Sarah grabbed a broken piece of stone from the ground and hurled it at the creature. It struck the beast's side, but it didn't flinch. Instead, the creature's form seemed to twist and distort, its features becoming more grotesque, more monstrous with every passing second. "You won't survive," the creature growled in a voice that was both human and alien at once. "You are the chosen to join the others." Sarah's breath hitched. "Chosen? Join the others?" The creature's form shifted again, revealing a horrifying truth. Behind it, in the darkness of the chamber, were hundreds, no, thousands, of twisted, contorted shapes, frozen in time. Bodies, humanoid but deformed, their faces locked in expressions of terror. The people who had come before them, the ones who had been chosen and brought here to be consumed by the creature, by the forest, by the ancient ritual. "We are the forest," the creature said, its voice like 1,000 whispers. "And you will be part of it soon enough." The words hit Sarah like a physical blow. She understood now. This was no mere creature. It was the embodiment of the forest itself. And it had been waiting for them for years, maybe centuries, to stumble into its grasp. "No!" Jack shouted, stepping forward. He was shaking, but there was fire in his eyes. "We're not going to let you take us." With all the strength he could muster, Jack swung at the creature with the stone. But the moment it made contact, the beast's form seemed to ripple, twisting around the blow as though it were made of liquid. The creature laughed, a low, gurgling sound that filled the entire chamber. "You cannot stop what has already begun." The walls of the chamber began to close in, the air growing thicker, the darkness growing deeper. Sarah could feel the weight of the earth pressing down on her, suffocating her. But as the creature's laughter echoed in her ears, something else happened. A flicker of light appeared in the far corner of the chamber, faint but real. Sarah blinked, unsure if her eyes were playing tricks on her. But the light grew brighter, sharper, until it filled the entire room. The shadows receded, pulled back like a veil. And standing in the center of the light was another figure, a man tall and thin, with sharp features and eyes that glowed with an otherworldly intensity. Who are you?" Sarah gasped, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the one who can stop this," the man said, his voice calm and steady. He raised a hand, and the creature shrieked, its form beginning to twist and writhe violently, as though it were being pulled apart by some unseen force. "You," the man said, addressing Sarah and Jack, "you must leave this place. Now, the ritual can still be undone, but only if you leave before it's too late." The creature howled in fury, its form writhing in pain as the man's power pressed against it. "Leave now," the man commanded again, his voice thunderous. Without thinking, Sarah grabbed Jack's hand and pulled him toward the light. The air around them seemed to grow heavy, the weight of the forest's power pressing in on them, but they pushed forward, stumbling toward the glow. The creature's screams echoed in their ears, but they didn't look back. They couldn't. The man's power was their only hope. They stepped into the light. The light engulfed them, wrapping around them like a protective cocoon, and for a brief moment, everything felt still. The frantic energy of the forest, the pulsating darkness, the howls of the creature, they all faded into nothingness. Sarah and Jack could feel the grip of fear slowly loosening from their chests as the oppressive weight of the chamber lifted. Then, without warning, the light disappeared. The forest was back, but something was different. The oppressive sense of dread was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness. The trees no longer felt like they were alive. Their branches no longer twisted into grotesque shapes. Instead, the forest stood still, almost tranquil, yet an unsettling quiet lingered, like a storm waiting to break. They were no longer in the dark, cursed chamber. They were back in the woods, but they were different now. The air was cooler, and the sunlight was dimmer, casting long shadows through the dense trees. It was as though they had crossed into a different reality, one that was part of the forest, yet separate from it. The lines between the world they knew and the nightmare they had just escaped were beginning to blur. Sarah took a cautious step forward, her senses on high alert. "Is it gone?" she asked, her voice trembling. Jack was silent, scanning the surroundings, his eyes wide with wariness. He didn't speak for a long moment, as though waiting for something to happen. The forest was unnaturally still, the only sound the faint rustling of leaves in the breeze. Finally, he turned to her. "I think so," he said, but even as he spoke, the doubt in his voice was evident. "I don't know if I can believe that," Sarah murmured, her mind still spinning from what they had witnessed. The creature, the chamber, the way everything had twisted and turned on them, it all felt so unreal, like they had stepped into a nightmare from which there was no escape. And then, from somewhere deep within the forest, a whisper broke the silence. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but as they stood there, straining to listen, it grew louder. "Jack," Sarah whispered, her voice catching in her throat. "Do you hear that?" The whisper was like the rustling of leaves, but it held an unmistakable message, a voice distant but familiar beckoning them. It called their names over and over, as though something or someone was waiting for them. Jack's eyes flicked nervously toward the sound, but he didn't move. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice steady but with an edge of panic. "Now!" But before they could even turn to leave, the ground beneath their feet trembled again. The earth seemed to shake with an unnatural force, as though the very heart of the forest was alive, pulsating with an energy that had been dormant for centuries. And then, from the shadows of the trees, a figure emerged. It was the man, the one who had helped them, the one who had stopped the creature in the chamber. His face was still and emotionless, his eyes glowing with that same intense, otherworldly light. But now there was something else in his gaze, something darker, something more ominous. "Who are you?" Sarah asked, her voice hoarse with fear. She couldn't shake the feeling that this man was not entirely on their side, despite his help. The man did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked between them, his eyes calculating. "You don't understand," he said at last, his voice carrying the weight of something ancient. "You have not escaped. Not truly." "What do you mean?" Jack demanded, stepping forward, anger and fear mixing in his voice. "We're free. You sent us out of that place." The man's eyes darkened. "No, you are still part of it, part of the forest, part of the curse. You cannot simply walk away." The ground trembled again, and the whispering grew louder, more insistent, coming from every direction. It was as though the trees themselves were speaking now, their voices intertwining with the man's. "You've made a grave mistake," the man said, his tone now one of warning. "The forest will not let you go. It cannot." Before Sarah and Jack could react, the trees around them began to shift once more. The path they had been walking on seemed to change, the trees closing in on them, blocking their way. It was as if the forest was alive, reshaping itself to trap them again, to keep them within its grasp. Jack spun around, his mind racing. "We need to get out of here," he shouted. "There has to be a way." But the man shook his head slowly. "You don't understand. You were never meant to leave. The forest chooses those it wants, and once it claims you, there is no escape." "Then why did you help us?" Sarah demanded, her voice breaking with the weight of their hopelessness. "Why get us out of that chamber if we can't leave?" The man's expression softened slightly, as though he regretted something, but it was fleeting. "Because you had to see the truth, and now that you know it, you are bound to the forest. There is no way back." Sarah felt her knees go weak beneath her, and she sank to the ground, overwhelmed by the weight of the words. The whispering continued, louder now, and in her mind, she could hear the faint sounds of the creature's laughter. The forest was alive, and it was never going to let them go. Jack, however, wasn't giving up. He grabbed Sarah by the arm, pulling her to her feet. "We'll find a way," he said, his voice filled with determination. "We have to." But even as they turned to walk, the trees seemed to tighten their grip. The air grew colder, the whispering louder. And then in the distance, they saw something that made their blood run cold. The clearing ahead was no longer empty. In the center of it, standing motionless, was the creature. It wasn't waiting to attack. It wasn't chasing them. It was waiting. And for the first time, they understood. The forest didn't just claim them. It controlled them. And now, there was nowhere left to run. Name of the next story: The Door That Never Closes. David and Emma had dreamed of owning a house like this for years. A beautiful Victorian home nestled in the quiet countryside, far away from the noise of the city. It was perfect, spacious, with a sprawling garden and enough rooms for their growing family. They'd been married for 5 years, and this house felt like the beginning of their next chapter together. The house had been empty for years, abandoned by the previous owners. The air was thick with dust, and the floors creaked beneath their feet as they walked through the empty rooms. But despite the silence and the slight decay, it felt warm, welcoming even. After weeks of preparation, the couple finally moved in. They spent their first night in the house surrounded by boxes and the soft hum of the furnace. They'd unpack later, but for now it felt like home. There was something about the house, something peaceful, that made Emma feel comfortable. David, on the other hand, was restless. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this place, even though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. It wasn't until the second night that they encountered the first strange occurrence. Emma had gone to bed early, exhausted from the move. David stayed up a little longer, sitting in the living room, reading a book. As the hours passed, he started to feel the weight of sleep creeping up on him. He yawned and closed the book, getting up to turn off the lights. That's when he heard it, a faint sound coming from the basement. At first, it was so quiet that David thought it was just the house settling. But as the noise grew louder, he realized it was a door creaking, a long, drawn-out squeak, as though someone was trying to push it open. David froze. The basement door was locked. He remembered checking it earlier when they were moving in. But now there was no mistaking it. The sound of a door creaking open echoed through the stillness of the house. He stood there for a long moment, unsure of what to do. He glanced up at the staircase, where Emma's soft breathing drifted from the bedroom above. It was late. Should he wake her up? Should he go down there alone? Against his better judgment, he walked toward the basement door. The closer he got, the louder the creaking sound became, almost as if it were calling him, beckoning him toward it. David hesitated, then slowly turned the doorknob. The door creaked open, but not from the inside. It opened outward as though something, or someone, had just been standing on the other side, waiting for him to unlock it. A cold gust of air swept through the room as the door swung open fully. David stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. He peered into the darkness of the basement, but it was impossible to see anything beyond the first few steps. Something was down there. He could feel it, but he couldn't explain why he felt so drawn to the basement, why the air seemed to thrum with tension, as though the house itself was holding its breath. Taking a deep breath, David stepped down onto the creaky basement stairs. The further he descended, the darker it became. His flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls as he moved deeper into the basement. When he reached the bottom, he stopped. The room was cold, the air thick with dust and mildew. There was a low, muffled sound coming from the far corner, a soft scraping noise. David swallowed hard, his breath catching in his throat. Something was there. He turned the corner cautiously, his flashlight flickering again. That's when he saw it. A door. A wooden door, weathered and old, standing at the far end of the basement. It was unlike any door he'd seen in the house before. It wasn't part of the original structure. It didn't belong. David stepped closer. His hand hovered over the doorknob, the cold wood beneath his fingers sending a chill through his spine. The door felt wrong. It was almost as if it were waiting for him to open it. His heart raced as he turned the knob, and the door opened slowly, creaking on its hinges. A rush of cold air hit him, smelling faintly of rot and mildew. Behind the door was a hallway, dark and narrow, stretching far beyond his sight. He couldn't see the end, but he knew there was something there, something that shouldn't be. "David," a voice called from above, and he snapped his head up. It was Emma, calling from the top of the stairs. His breath hitched, and for a moment he stood frozen, staring into the darkness of the hallway. He knew he shouldn't go any further, but the pull, the overwhelming desire to step into the unknown, was too strong. "I'll be right up," he called back, his voice shaky. But he didn't move. He couldn't. The sound of Emma's footsteps grew fainter as she went back upstairs, and in that moment, David made his choice. He stepped forward into the dark hallway, closing the door behind him. The hallway stretched on endlessly, winding around corners that didn't make sense, doors that shouldn't have been there. It was a labyrinth, a place that had no right to exist. The walls seemed to close in on him, and the further he went, the colder it became. And then, at the end of the hallway, he saw something. A door, just like the one in the basement. But this one was different. This one was wide open, and inside he could see something that made his stomach drop. A room. The door creaked shut behind him, and David turned. The hallway had disappeared. All that remained was the room in front of him, and the door that would not close. David's heart pounded in his chest as the room loomed before him. It was small, dimly lit by a single flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, the color faded from years of neglect. The floor creaked underfoot, but it wasn't the age of the house that made David's skin crawl. It was the unsettling emptiness of the room. He stepped forward, the air thick with dust and something else. Something heavier. He swallowed hard, trying to calm his racing thoughts. What had brought him here? Why had he felt compelled to enter this room, to open this door? He couldn't explain it, but it was as if the house itself had drawn him in, as if the room were calling to him. As he stepped deeper into the room, the door behind him slammed shut with a deafening bang. David spun around, his eyes wide with panic. The door, the one he had just entered through, was now locked, the handle completely still, as though frozen in place. He tried pulling at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Panic gripped him, and his breath quickened. Was this some kind of trick? Had the house been waiting for him to make a mistake, to wander too far? His mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made sense. "Emma," he shouted, his voice hoarse. "Emma!" But there was no answer. The silence in the room was deafening. His calls seemed to dissipate into the thick, stale air. David's gaze shifted back to the room, his heart pounding in his throat. Something felt wrong. The walls, the air. It felt as though the house was alive, watching him, waiting for something. Then, in the corner of the room, David saw it. A figure. It was hard to make out at first, but the longer he stared, the clearer it became. It was a person, standing in the far corner of the room, their back turned to him. The figure was shrouded in shadow, but David could make out the faint outline of a figure hunched over, motionless. "Who's there?" David demanded, his voice trembling. He reached for his phone, but when he turned it on, the screen flickered and went dark. The room, as if in response, grew colder still. The figure didn't move. David's pulse quickened, and he took a cautious step forward, his breath shallow. Something was terribly wrong, and every fiber of his being screamed at him to leave. But his feet wouldn't obey. It was then that the figure turned. David froze. The face that met him was pale, gaunt, almost skeletal. The eyes were wide, hollow, and empty, an inky blackness that swallowed all light. The mouth was stretched into a twisted smile, a smile that didn't belong in this world. And as the figure took a slow, deliberate step forward, David could feel the air grow thick with dread. "Who are you?" he whispered, his voice barely a breath. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it took another step, its movements slow and jerky, like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. It didn't seem to be alive, not in the way a person should be. It was as though it was more of a shadow, an echo of something that had once been human. David's heart raced, and before he could react, the figure lunged toward him. The movement was sudden, its speed unnaturally fast. David stumbled back, but there was nowhere to run. The room seemed to shrink around him, the walls closing in as the figure reached for him, its cold fingers grazing his skin. He screamed and tried to shove the figure away, but it was like pushing against stone. The figure's grip tightened around his wrist, cold as death itself, sending a shock of fear through David's body. "Let go!" he shouted, struggling to break free. His breath came in ragged gasps, his mind spiraling into panic. But the figure didn't speak. It didn't make a sound. Its only response was that eerie, twisted smile that stretched further, its teeth now visible, sharp and jagged, like a predator's fangs. The room seemed to grow darker, the light dimming to a faint, flickering glow. David's thoughts were frantic. His pulse was deafening in his ears. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think straight. The pressure of the figure's touch was suffocating. And then the voice came. It wasn't the figure's voice, nor was it Emma's. It was a voice that seemed to come from everywhere, deep, guttural, ancient. "You shouldn't have opened the door." David's eyes darted around the room, but there was no one else there. The figure was still in front of him, but now it seemed to be a part of the shadows themselves, blurring in and out of existence. He looked back at the door, still locked, still closed. It wasn't just a door anymore. It was a barrier, one that should never have been opened. "Why?" David gasped, his voice trembling. "What is this place?" The voice seemed to echo through his mind, vibrating through his very bones. "This house is not what it seems," the voice rumbled. "It is a prison, a place for the lost, the forgotten. It has claimed you." David's heart sank. He couldn't understand. This was supposed to be their dream home. But now everything felt wrong. The walls felt like they were closing in, the shadows stretching out like fingers reaching for him. He pulled desperately at the door, but it remained locked. His mind raced as the figure moved closer, its movements almost fluid now, like it was part of the darkness itself. He had to escape, but there was no escape. David's hands trembled as he gripped the door handle, pulling and twisting with all his strength, but it wouldn't budge. The figure was closing the distance now, each step slow and deliberate, its hollow eyes fixed on him. The oppressive voice still echoed in his mind, a cacophony of whispers and growls that made it impossible to think. "This isn't real," David muttered to himself, his voice shaky. "It can't be real." But the icy chill in the air and the suffocating weight of dread told him otherwise. He turned back to the door, desperation clawing at him. If only he could open it. If only he could get out of this nightmare. Suddenly the figure stopped, its head tilted slightly, as though listening to something David couldn't hear. Then it pointed one long, bony finger at him. The shadows in the room began to shift, swirling around the figure like a living entity. You belong here now, the guttural voice spoke again, though the figure's lips never moved. The door chose you. David stumbled backward, his back pressing against the cold, unyielding wall. No, I don't belong here, he shouted, his voice cracking with fear. This is my home. I didn't do anything wrong. The figure let out a low, rumbling laugh, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the walls. It raised its hand, and the swirling shadows surged forward, crawling across the floor like black tendrils. David felt his chest tighten as the darkness crept closer, consuming the light, consuming everything. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the cold, suffocating touch of the shadows. But then he heard it, a faint voice, distant but familiar. David! His eyes flew open. It was Emma's voice, muffled but clear enough to jolt him out of his panic. David, where are you? She called, her voice laced with fear. Emma! He shouted back, pounding on the locked door. I'm here. I'm in the basement. The figure recoiled slightly, the swirling shadows pausing mid-movement. The sound of Emma's voice seemed to disrupt whatever force was holding the room in its grip. David took the opportunity to throw himself at the door, slamming his shoulder against it repeatedly. David, what's going on? Emma's voice was louder now, closer. He could hear her footsteps above him, followed by the sound of her trying to open the basement door. It's stuck, she cried. I can't get it open. Just keep trying. David shouted, his voice hoarse. Please, Emma, don't stop. The figure let out an unearthly shriek, a sound that pierced through the room like nails on a chalkboard. It began to advance again, its movements more erratic, the shadows surging forward in a frenzy. David felt the icy tendrils wrap around his ankles, pulling him toward the figure. He clawed at the door, screaming Emma's name, his voice raw with desperation. The pressure around his legs grew tighter, the cold seeping into his bones. And then, with a sudden, ear-splitting crack, the basement door above burst open. A flood of light spilled into the room, breaking through the oppressive darkness. David felt the shadows loosen their grip, retreating as Emma's silhouette appeared at the top of the stairs. David, she screamed, her voice trembling. What's happening? Emma, help me, he cried, reaching for her as the shadows dragged him closer to the figure. He could feel its icy breath now, could see the endless void in its eyes. Emma didn't hesitate. She rushed down the stairs, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The moment the beam of light hit the figure, it recoiled violently, letting out another inhuman shriek. The shadows writhed and twisted, retreating from the light like smoke dissipating in the wind. Emma reached David's side, grabbing his arm and pulling him up. Come on! We have to get out of here, she shouted, her voice shaking with panic. The two of them bolted for the door, which now hung ajar, the lock broken. They didn't look back as they raced up the stairs, their footsteps echoing in the narrow stairwell. Behind them, the figure let out one final, guttural scream, the sound echoing through the house as if it were alive. They burst into the living room, slamming the basement door shut behind them. Emma locked it, her hands trembling as she fumbled with the latch. For a moment, neither of them spoke, their heavy breathing filling the silence. What was that? Emma finally managed to say, her voice barely above a whisper. David shook his head, his hands still shaking. I don't know. It came from the basement. Emma turned to look at him, her eyes wide with fear. David, we can't stay here. There's something wrong with this house. He nodded, his mind racing. You're right. We need to leave, now. But as they turned to gather their things, they heard it. The sound of the basement door creaking open behind them. The sound of the basement door creaking open sent a cold wave of terror through both of them. David and Emma froze in place, their backs turned to the door. Neither of them dared to move, their breaths caught in their throats. David, Emma whispered, her voice trembling. It was locked. I locked it. I know, David replied, barely audible. His hand instinctively reached out to grab hers, his fingers ice cold. He couldn't bring himself to turn around. He couldn't face whatever was behind that door. The door creaked wider, the hinges groaning as if protesting against their own movement. The air grew colder, a chilling draft sweeping through the living room. David's heart pounded in his chest as a low, guttural sound echoed from the open doorway, a sound that wasn't human. "Run," David whispered, his voice trembling. "What?" Emma turned to him, her eyes wide with panic. "Run," David shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the front door. They sprinted through the house, their footsteps pounding against the wooden floor. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch and twist, reaching out like claws. The low, guttural growl from the basement grew louder, reverberating through the walls. David yanked the front door open, but as they stepped outside, they were met with a horrifying sight. The entire neighborhood was shrouded in darkness. The streetlights flickered weakly, casting eerie, uneven light over the houses. The air was thick with an unnatural fog that seemed to pulse and shift like a living thing. "Where's the car?" Emma cried, looking around frantically. The driveway, which had been occupied by their car just hours ago, was now empty. It was as if the vehicle had vanished into thin air. "This can't be happening," David muttered, gripping his head in disbelief. "This can't be real." A sudden, sharp sound behind them made both of them whirl around. The front door, which they had left wide open, slammed shut with a thunderous bang. The house loomed before them, its windows dark and lifeless. It no longer looked like the dream home they had purchased. It looked like a predator waiting for its prey. "David," Emma whispered, clutching his arm. "What do we do? We can't stay here." David looked around, his mind racing. They couldn't stay outside, not with the oppressive darkness and the thick, suffocating fog. But going back into the house was unthinkable. They were trapped, caught between two horrors. Then they heard it, the sound of footsteps coming from inside the house. Slow, deliberate, and heavy. The sound was unmistakable, and it was getting closer to the front door. David and Emma exchanged a terrified glance. "We have to hide," David said, grabbing her hand and pulling her toward the side of the house. They crouched behind a hedge, their breaths shallow and fast. From their hiding spot, they could see the front door slowly creak open again. A figure emerged, shrouded in darkness. It was tall and gaunt, its movements unnaturally smooth. Its head turned slowly, scanning the empty yard. Emma clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle a gasp. David held his breath, his heart pounding so loudly he was sure the figure could hear it. The creature stepped onto the porch, its head tilting as if listening for something. Then it stepped down onto the lawn, its long, spindly limbs moving with an eerie grace. David's mind raced. He needed to think of something, anything, to get them out of this. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with a plan. The house, the figure, the fog, it was all too much. They were trapped in a nightmare with no way out. The figure moved further into the yard, its back turned to them. David seized the moment. "Come on," he whispered, tugging at Emma's arm. "We have to move." They crept along the side of the house, keeping low and staying in the shadows. Every step felt agonizingly loud, and every rustle of the bushes felt like it would give them away. But the figure didn't turn around. It continued to move through the yard, its head tilted as if searching for something. David and Emma reached the backyard, their eyes scanning for any possible escape route. There was a fence, but it was high, and climbing it would take time they didn't have. Still, it was their only option. "Boost me up," Emma whispered, her voice trembling. David cupped his hands and helped her climb. She struggled to pull herself over the top, her hands slipping on the damp wood. "Hurry," David urged, glancing back toward the yard. The figure was still there, but it had stopped moving. It stood perfectly still, its head tilted upward as if sniffing the air. Emma finally made it over, landing with a soft thud on the other side. She turned back and reached out for David. "Come on." David grabbed the top of the fence, pulling himself up. His arms ached, and his palms were slick with sweat, but he managed to haul himself over. As he landed beside Emma, he heard it, the sound of the figure moving again. This time, it was heading straight for them. "Run!" David shouted, grabbing Emma's hand. They sprinted through the neighboring yard, their legs burning with effort. The fog was thicker here, swirling around them like a living thing. It clung to their skin, making it hard to see and even harder to breathe. But they didn't stop. They couldn't stop. Behind them, the figure let out a sound that made their blood run cold, a low, guttural growl that rose into a bone-chilling scream. It was close. Too close. David and Emma burst onto the main road, their shoes slapping against the pavement. But the road wasn't like it had been before. The familiar landmarks were gone, replaced by an endless expanse of darkness. The streetlights flickered weakly, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move on their own. "What is this place?" Emma cried, tears streaming down her face. "Where are we?" "I don't know," David shouted back, his voice filled with despair. "But we have to keep going." As they ran, the fog began to part, revealing something in the distance. It was another house, its windows glowing with warm, inviting light. David and Emma slowed, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. "Do you see that?" Emma asked, her voice shaking. "Maybe they can help us." David hesitated. Something about the house felt wrong, but they didn't have a choice. The figure was still behind them, and they couldn't keep running forever. "Let's go," he said, taking her hand and leading her toward the house. But as they approached, the realization hit them like a punch to the gut. The house wasn't just similar, it was identical. The windows, the porch, the door, it was their house. "No," Emma whispered, her voice breaking. "No, this isn't possible." David stared in disbelief, his mind reeling. They had run in a circle. Or worse, the house had followed them. David's legs felt weak as he stared at the house that shouldn't have been there. The warm glow of the windows, so out of place in the oppressive darkness, only made the situation more surreal. It was their house. The same chipped paint on the shutters, the same crooked porch step. "But how?" "It's a trick," David said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's not real." Emma clutched his arm, her nails digging into his skin. "David, what do we do? We can't go back in there." "We're not going back," David replied firmly, though his voice trembled. "We'll find another way. We'll keep moving." But as they turned away from the house, the fog seemed to close in tighter, suffocating and impenetrable. It coiled around them like a living thing, its cold tendrils brushing against their skin. The street, the other houses, even the ground beneath their feet, all of it vanished into the gray void. The only thing that remained was the house, standing alone in the mist. A low, guttural growl echoed from behind them. Emma spun around, her eyes wide with terror. The figure had emerged from the fog, its gaunt silhouette barely visible in the shifting mist. Its head tilted unnaturally to one side, and its long, spindly arms hung limply at its sides. "It's coming," Emma whimpered, tears streaming down her face. "David, it's coming." David grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the house. "We don't have a choice. We'll go inside and barricade ourselves. Maybe we can figure out what's going on." "No," Emma resisted, digging her heels into the ground. "We can't go back in there. That thing, whatever it is, it's coming from the house. We don't have time to argue." David snapped, his voice laced with desperation. He yanked her forward, and together they stumbled up the porch steps. The front door, which had been closed just moments ago, now stood wide open, its dark interior beckoning them like a gaping maw. David hesitated at the threshold, his instincts screaming at him to stop. But the growl behind them grew louder, more guttural and inhuman. They had no choice. Clenching his jaw, he stepped inside, pulling Emma with him. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind them with a deafening bang. The sound echoed through the house, reverberating in their ears. The warm glow from the windows was gone, replaced by a dim, flickering light that seemed to emanate from nowhere. The house felt different. The walls seemed to close in on them, the shadows stretching and twisting like living things. The air was thick and heavy, carrying a faint, metallic smell that made David's stomach churn. "David," Emma whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't think we're in our house anymore." David didn't respond. He was too focused on the sound, the faint, rhythmic creaking coming from somewhere deep within the house. It was the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, and they were getting closer. "Upstairs," David said, his voice barely audible. "We'll hide upstairs." Emma hesitated, her eyes darting toward the dark hallway that led to the stairs. "What if it's up there?" "We don't have a choice," David replied, his grip tightening on her hand. "Come on." They moved cautiously through the house, the floorboards creaking under their feet. The hallway seemed longer than it should have been, stretching endlessly into the darkness. The flickering light cast eerie shadows on the walls, making it look as though the house itself was alive. When they finally reached the staircase, Emma let out a shaky breath. "This doesn't make any sense," she whispered. "None of this makes any sense." "I know," David replied, glancing over his shoulder. The creaking footsteps had stopped, but he could feel the weight of something watching them. "Let's just get to the bedroom. We'll lock the door and figure out what to do." They climbed the stairs, each step feeling like an eternity. The house was unnaturally quiet, save for the faint hum of the flickering light. When they reached the top of the stairs, they found themselves in a hallway lined with doors. Each door was identical, plain, wooden, and slightly ajar. "Which one is ours?" Emma asked, her voice barely above a whisper. David frowned, his brow furrowing. He couldn't remember. The layout of the house seemed wrong, distorted. The hallway felt unfamiliar, as though they had stepped into a different house entirely. "Let's just pick one," David said, moving toward the nearest door. He pushed it open slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. The room beyond was empty, its walls bare and lifeless. The only piece of furniture was a single chair sitting in the center of the room. On the chair was a photograph of David and Emma, taken on the day they moved in. Emma gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. "David, that's not possible. That photo was in the living room." David stepped into the room, his hands trembling as he picked up the photograph. The image was identical to the one they had framed in their living room, down to the faint smudge in the corner. But there was something off about it, something he hadn't noticed before. In the background of the photo, just behind them, was a shadowy figure standing by the basement door. "David," Emma whispered, her voice shaking. "We need to leave. Now." Before David could respond, the door slammed shut behind them, trapping them inside. The chair slid across the floor, its legs scraping against the wood with an ear-piercing screech. The photograph slipped from David's hands, fluttering to the ground. And then the lights went out. The room was plunged into darkness, the air growing colder with each passing second. David reached out, fumbling for Emma's hand. "Stay close," he said, his voice trembling. "We'll find a way out." But Emma didn't respond. "Emma!" David called out, panic rising in his chest. "Emma, where are you?" A soft whisper echoed through the darkness, so faint he could barely hear it. "David, help me." The voice wasn't Emma's. David froze, his breath catching in his throat. The voice that called to him was distorted, layered with a guttural undertone that sent chills racing down his spine. It was a cruel mockery of Emma's voice, as if something was attempting to mimic her, but didn't quite know how. "Emma!" David shouted, his voice echoing in the oppressive darkness. He swung his arms blindly, trying to feel for her, but there was nothing, only cold, empty air. "Where are you? Say something." Another whisper drifted through the room, this time from the opposite corner. "David, I'm here." His head snapped toward the sound, but he still couldn't see anything. The room felt infinite, the walls no longer within reach. The faint hum of silence pressed against his ears, accompanied by the occasional rustle. like fabric dragging across the floor. Suddenly, a dim light flickered to life, casting an eerie glow over the room. The source of the light was impossible to pinpoint. It seemed to radiate from nowhere and everywhere at once. David blinked, his eyes adjusting to the dimness, and his heart sank. The room had changed. The walls were covered in smeared, dark stains that dripped toward the floor like drying blood. The chair was gone, replaced by a small table. On the table was an old, rotary-style phone, its black receiver resting atop the cradle. The phone began to ring, the shrill sound cutting through the silence. David's throat tightened. His instincts screamed at him to ignore it, to turn away and find Emma, but his feet moved on their own. He approached the table, his hand trembling as he reached for the phone. As soon as his fingers touched the receiver, the ringing stopped. David hesitated, his pulse thundering in his ears. Slowly, he lifted the receiver to his ear. "Hello!" For a moment, there was nothing but static. Then a faint, rasping voice whispered, "David, why did you come back?" His blood ran cold. "Who is this? Where's Emma?" The voice chuckled, a low, menacing sound that made his skin crawl. "She's here, but not for long." David slammed the receiver down, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He turned away from the table, his heart racing as his mind scrambled for answers. He needed to find Emma and get out of this nightmare. "David," came another whisper, this time much closer. He spun around, his eyes scanning the room. The dim light cast flickering shadows that seemed to move on their own, stretching and writhing across the walls. In the corner of the room, a figure began to materialize. It was Emma, or at least it looked like her. She stood motionless, her head tilted slightly to the side. Her eyes were wide and unblinking, and her lips were twisted into a strained smile. Her clothes were damp and clung to her body as though she had been submerged in water. "Emma!" David's voice wavered. He took a cautious step toward her. "Is that you?" She didn't respond. Instead, she raised one hand and pointed toward the far wall. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, like a puppet being controlled by invisible strings. David followed the direction of her pointing hand and saw something that made his stomach drop. The wall she pointed to was no longer a wall. It had transformed into a doorway, a tall, arched frame made of dark, weathered wood. The doorway led into an unlit corridor, the darkness within it almost seeming alive. David turned back to Emma, his voice desperate. "What's in there? What's going on? Please talk to me." Emma's smile widened unnaturally, splitting her lips as though they were being stretched by an unseen force. "Go," she whispered, her voice layered with echoes. "Find the truth." David took a step back, his heart pounding in his chest. "I'm not going anywhere without you." But as soon as the words left his mouth, the figure of Emma began to dissolve. Her body crumbled into ash, the particles swirling upward before vanishing into the air. In moments, she was gone, leaving David alone in the suffocating silence. "No!" he shouted, his voice breaking. He fell to his knees, his hands clutching at the empty space where she had stood. "Emma!" The doorway creaked, drawing his attention. The darkness within seemed to pulse, beckoning him forward. David clenched his fists, anger and fear warring within him. He had no idea what awaited him on the other side, but if there was even a chance of finding Emma, he had to take it. He rose to his feet, swallowing the lump in his throat. "I'm coming, Emma," he said, his voice steady despite the terror coursing through him. With one last glance at the twisted, nightmarish room, he stepped through the doorway. The air changed immediately. It was colder, denser, and carried a faint metallic tang. The corridor stretched endlessly before him, its walls lined with warped, cracked mirrors. As he walked, the mirrors reflected distorted versions of himself, each one more grotesque than the last. In one, his face was bloated and bruised. In another, his eyes were hollow sockets. He tried not to look, focusing instead on the faint sound of footsteps echoing in the distance. "Emma," he called, his voice echoing down the corridor. "If you can hear me, say something." A faint laugh drifted from the darkness ahead, a childlike giggle that sent shivers down his spine. He quickened his pace, his footsteps growing louder against the stone floor. The laughter grew louder too, until it was joined by another sound, the rhythmic creaking of a door swinging open and closed. As he rounded a corner, he saw it. At the end of the corridor was a single wooden door, identical to the one in their basement. It swung open and shut slowly, the creak of its hinges echoing ominously. David approached the door cautiously, his pulse thundering in his ears. His hand hovered over the doorknob, hesitating. "Emma, if you're in there, I'm coming." He pushed the door open. The door creaked loudly as it swung inward, revealing a dimly lit room on the other side. The air inside was heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. David hesitated on the threshold, his instincts screaming at him to turn back, but his desperation to find Emma overpowered his fear. The room was vast, much larger than it should have been. Its walls were made of rough stone, covered in moss and dark stains that he didn't want to think about. A faint, pulsating light emanated from somewhere in the distance, casting long, shifting shadows that danced across the uneven floor. The sound of dripping water echoed faintly, accompanied by an intermittent scratching noise that seemed to come from everywhere at once. David stepped inside, his footfalls echoing in the cavernous space. "Emma," he called, his voice trembling. "Are you here?" For a moment, there was only silence. Then, from somewhere deep within the room, a faint voice called out, "David." His heart leapt. It was Emma's voice, clear and unmistakable this time. He broke into a run, weaving through the shadows as he followed the sound. "I'm coming. Hold on." The pulsating light grew brighter as he approached, illuminating a raised platform at the center of the room. On the platform stood a stone altar, and lying on the altar was Emma. Her arms and legs were bound with thick ropes, and her head lolled to the side as though she were unconscious. "Emma!" David cried, scrambling up the steps to the platform. He dropped to his knees beside her, his hands fumbling with the ropes. "I've got you. I'm going to get you out of here." Her eyes fluttered open, and she looked at him with a dazed expression. "David, you shouldn't have come." Her words sent a chill through him. "What are you talking about?" "I had to find you. We're getting out of here together." She shook her head weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. "It won't let us leave." Before David could respond, a deep, guttural growl echoed through the room. He froze, his hands still gripping the ropes. Slowly, he turned his head toward the source of the sound. In the shadows beyond the platform, something moved. It was massive, its form shifting and writhing as though it were made of smoke. Two glowing red eyes pierced the darkness, locking onto David with an intensity that made his blood run cold. "Run," Emma whispered, her voice trembling. "David, you have to run." He shook his head, his jaw clenched. "I'm not leaving you." The creature growled again, the sound vibrating through the air. It began to move closer, its amorphous body dragging across the floor with a sickening, slithering noise. As it emerged into the light, David saw that it had no discernible shape. Its form was constantly shifting, growing limbs and faces that disappeared just as quickly as they appeared. David's breath caught in his throat. He pulled harder at the ropes, his hands trembling with the effort. Come on," he muttered under his breath. The creature let out an ear-piercing screech, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone platform, and the pulsating light flickered wildly. David finally managed to free Emma's wrists, then her ankles. He helped her to her feet, wrapping an arm around her to steady her. "We have to move," he shouted, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Together, they stumbled down the steps and away from the platform. The creature roared, its body surging forward like a tidal wave. David and Emma ran as fast as they could, the ground shaking beneath their feet. The corridor they had come through was gone, replaced by a twisting maze of passages that seemed to shift and change with every step. "This way," Emma said, pulling him toward a narrow passage to their left. They squeezed through the tight space, the walls pressing in on them as they ran. The creature's growls and screeches echoed behind them, growing louder with every passing moment. David's lungs burned, and his legs felt like they were about to give out, but he kept going, driven by sheer determination. "Do you know where we're going?" he asked, his voice ragged. "No," Emma admitted, glancing over her shoulder. "But we have to keep moving." The passage opened into another large chamber, this one filled with tall, jagged columns of stone. The columns were covered in strange, glowing symbols that pulsed with a faint blue light. At the center of the chamber was another door, identical to the one they had entered through. "There!" David shouted, pointing toward the door. "That's our way out." They sprinted toward the door, their footsteps echoing loudly in the chamber. The creature burst into the room behind them, its massive form colliding with the columns and sending debris flying. One of the columns toppled, crashing to the ground just a few feet away from them. "Go!" David yelled, pushing Emma ahead of him. She reached the door first, throwing it open with all her strength. David followed close behind, and together they stumbled through the doorway. The door slammed shut behind them, cutting off the creature's enraged roar. David and Emma collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. The air around them was still and silent, and the oppressive darkness of the previous rooms was gone. When David looked up, he realized they were back in their basement. The familiar shelves and tools were all in their proper places, as though nothing had happened. Emma sat up slowly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are we back?" David nodded, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The basement felt too quiet, too still. He stood, helping Emma to her feet. "Let's get out of here," he said. "We need to leave this house." Emma didn't argue. Together, they climbed the stairs and stepped into the main part of the house. But as they entered the living room, they froze. The door that never closed was there, standing in the middle of the room. The door stood unnaturally upright, completely out of place, as if mocking their attempt to escape its grasp. Its surface shimmered faintly, the wood grain writhing like living tendrils beneath a thin veil of light. Emma clutched David's arm, her nails digging into his skin. "It's back," she whispered, her voice trembling. David took a shaky step forward, shielding Emma behind him instinctively. "No," he said, more to himself than to her. "This isn't possible. We closed it. We left it behind." As if responding to his denial, the door creaked softly, the sound low and deliberate, like a warning. The air around it grew colder, and the faint hum they had heard before was now a low, insidious drone that seemed to burrow into their ears. "David, let's just leave," Emma pleaded, tugging at his arm. "We don't need to stay here. We can walk away. Forget this house, forget everything." David turned to her, his face pale and drawn. "Don't you see? It's not going to let us leave. It's following us now." Emma's eyes filled with tears, her voice breaking. "Then what do we do? What does it want from us?" David didn't answer immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the door, which seemed to pulsate slightly as though it were breathing. He took another step closer, his jaw clenched. "I don't know," he said finally. "But I'm going to find out." "No!" Emma grabbed his arm, panic etched across her face. "You can't go near it, David. You saw what happened before. It's not just a door. It's something else. Something alive." David shook his head. "We can't keep running, Emma. If we don't face it, it'll keep coming back. It'll never stop." He gently pried her hand off his arm and approached the door, his heart pounding in his chest. The closer he got, the louder the droning sound became, and the air around him felt heavier, almost suffocating. His hand trembled as he reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold, shifting surface of the wood. The moment his skin made contact, the droning ceased. Silence fell over the room, so profound it was almost deafening. David froze, his breath caught in his throat, as the door's surface began to ripple beneath his touch. And then it opened. There was no creak this time, no sound at all. The door swung inward, revealing an endless void of darkness beyond. It wasn't the kind of darkness that came with the absence of light. It was a living, breathing abyss, pulsating with an unholy energy. David felt it pulling at him, whispering to him in a language he couldn't understand, but instinctively feared. "David!" Emma's voice snapped him out of his trance. She was standing a few feet away, her face pale and her eyes wide with terror. "Step back, please." But David couldn't move. His feet felt rooted to the spot, as though the darkness were anchoring him in place. And then he saw it, a figure emerging from the void. It was human-shaped, but barely. Its body was shrouded in shadows, its features blurred and indistinct, as though it were only partially formed. Two pinpricks of light glowed where its eyes should have been, piercing through the darkness and locking onto David. "David!" The voice was soft but resonant, reverberating through the room. It wasn't just one voice but many, layered atop one another in a cacophony of whispers. "You have opened the door. Now you must walk through." David shook his head, his voice cracking. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to stop this, to end whatever is happening." The figure tilted its head as if amused. "There is no end, only the door. It binds you now, as it has bound others before you." "No!" Emma shouted, stepping forward despite her trembling legs. "You're lying. We don't belong to you. We're not part of this." The figure turned its glowing eyes toward her, and Emma gasped, stumbling backward. "All who touch the door belong to it," it said, its voice colder now, more menacing. "You are marked, both of you. You cannot escape." David felt a surge of defiance rise within him. "What if we destroy it?" he demanded. "What if we break the door, burn it, shatter it?" The figure's form seemed to ripple, its outline growing more jagged. The temperature in the room dropped further, and the air grew heavy with an oppressive dread. "You cannot destroy what has no end," it said. "The door is eternal. It is everywhere." Emma grabbed David's hand, her voice shaking. "We can't listen to it, David. We have to get out of here. Now." David hesitated, his mind racing. The figure's words were terrifying, but Emma was right, they couldn't stay. He tore his gaze away from the glowing eyes and turned to her, nodding. "Let's go." They ran. The door remained open behind them, its darkness spilling into the room like a creeping fog. The figure's voice followed them, growing louder and more insistent. "You cannot run. The door will always find you." David and Emma burst out of the house and into the night, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The cool air felt like a lifeline, and for a moment they allowed themselves to believe they were safe. But as they reached the end of the driveway, they froze. Standing before them, impossibly out of place, was the door. The door stood in the middle of the road, completely unconnected to any structure, its warped surface glowing faintly in the moonlight. David staggered backward, pulling Emma with him as his breath hitched in his throat. "No, no, this can't be happening," Emma whispered, tears streaming down her face. "It's impossible. How is it here?" David didn't answer. He couldn't. The door loomed in front of them, exuding a presence so malevolent it seemed to press against their very souls. The droning hum began again, low and rhythmic, vibrating through the ground beneath their feet. "David," Emma said, her voice trembling. "What do we do? What can we do?" David's eyes darted around, searching for any sign of an escape. But the street around them was unnaturally quiet. The neighboring houses stood dark and lifeless, as though the world had been hollowed out and they were the only ones left. Even the wind had stilled, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the door's ominous hum. "We keep moving," David said finally, his voice firm despite the terror coursing through him. "We can't let it trap us. Come on." He took Emma's hand, and they veered off the road, cutting through a patch of overgrown grass toward the forest at the edge of the neighborhood. The trees loomed ahead like a wall of shadow, their branches twisting together in grotesque shapes. It wasn't an inviting path, but it was better than standing still. As they entered the forest, the hum of the door faded behind them. For a brief moment, they dared to hope that they had escaped its reach. The dense canopy overhead blocked out the moonlight, and they stumbled forward blindly, using their hands to feel their way through the undergrowth. "David," Emma said after a while, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think it's gone?" David hesitated before answering. "I don't know," he admitted, "but we can't stop. We have to keep going." They pressed on, their footsteps crunching softly against the forest floor. The air grew colder, and an unnatural stillness settled around them. There were no animal sounds, no rustling leaves, just the oppressive silence that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. And then they heard it, a creak. Both of them froze, their blood turning to ice. The sound had come from directly ahead of them, low and deliberate, like the groan of wood under strain. Emma clutched David's arm, her nails digging into his skin. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "It can't be." David's mouth went dry as his eyes adjusted to the dim light. There, just a few feet away, was the door. It stood amidst the trees, impossibly out of place, its surface shimmering faintly, as though it were alive. Emma let out a choked sob, her knees buckling. "It's following us, David. It's not going to stop." David gritted his teeth, his mind racing. He had no idea how to fight something like this, something that defied all logic and reason. But he couldn't give up. He wouldn't. "We can't let it win," he said, pulling Emma to her feet. "If it wants us to go through it, there has to be a reason. Something it doesn't want us to know." Emma shook her head violently. "No, David, you don't understand. It doesn't want us to know anything. It just wants us. It wants to take us, to trap us in that darkness." David met her gaze, his eyes blazing with determination. "Maybe, but if we keep running, it'll only keep chasing us. We have to end this, Emma, one way or another." Before she could protest, he stepped toward the door. The air around it seemed to ripple, and the faint hum grew louder, more insistent. David felt a wave of nausea wash over him, but he forced himself to move closer. "David, don't!" Emma cried, reaching out to stop him. But he turned to her, his expression resolute. "I have to," he said. "We can't live like this, always running, always afraid. If this thing is going to take us, I need to know why." He reached out, his hand trembling as it hovered over the door's surface. The wood felt cold and smooth beneath his fingers, and for a moment he hesitated. But then he took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Darkness flooded out, engulfing them both in an instant. Emma screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the void. The forest, the trees, the ground beneath their feet, all of it disappeared, leaving only an endless abyss. David and Emma floated in the darkness, weightless and disoriented. The hum was gone, replaced by a deafening silence that seemed to stretch on forever. And then, out of the void, a voice spoke. "You cannot escape what you have awakened," it said, low and resonant. "The door has chosen you. You are its tether now." David tried to speak, but no sound came out. The darkness pressed against him, suffocating and all-encompassing. He could feel Emma beside him, her hand clutching his, but he couldn't see her, couldn't even be sure she was really there. Why us, he thought, the question burning in his mind. What did we do to deserve this? The voice answered, as if reading his thoughts. The door does not choose. It simply is. You opened it, and now you must bear its weight. The darkness began to shift, forming shapes and figures that swirled around them like smoke. Faces appeared, distorted and grotesque, whispering incomprehensible words. David felt his mind slipping, the weight of the void threatening to consume him. But then, he felt Emma's grip tighten on his hand. Her voice cut through the darkness, strong and defiant. "We're not yours," she said, her words echoing in the void. "We don't belong to you." The shapes recoiled, the whispers growing louder and more frantic. The darkness writhed around them, and for a moment, it seemed as though the void itself was faltering. "David," Emma said, her voice urgent. "We have to fight this. Together." David clung to Emma's voice like a lifeline. The darkness was alive, pulsating and shifting around them, and every second spent in its grasp felt like an eternity. But her words, her strength, gave him something to hold on to. "Together," he repeated, his voice hoarse but resolute. "We'll fight this together." The darkness seemed to sense their resistance, and the swirling shapes grew more frenzied. The faces appeared again, their grotesque features twisting in fury. Whispered words filled the void, overlapping and growing louder until they became an overwhelming cacophony. "Don't listen to it," Emma shouted, her grip tightening on David's hand. "It's trying to break us down, but it can't. We're stronger than this." David nodded, even though she couldn't see him. He focused on her voice, using it to drown out the whispers. Slowly, he began to push back against the oppressive weight of the void. His mind, which had felt fractured and vulnerable, started to rebuild itself piece by piece. "Who are you?" he demanded, directing his thoughts toward the voice that had spoken earlier. "What is this place? What do you want from us?" The whispers stopped abruptly, and the void seemed to hold its breath. Then the voice returned, deep and resonant. "You ask questions that have no answers. You entered the door. You are now part of it. That is all." "No," Emma snapped, her anger cutting through the voice like a blade. "That's not all. You can't just take us without reason. There has to be a way out of here." The voice chuckled, a sound that resonated through the void like a sinister vibration. "There is no escape. The door does not release what it claims. You are bound to it for eternity." David's heart sank at the words, but he refused to give in. "There's always a way," he said firmly. "Everything has a weakness. Even you." The swirling shapes around them froze, and the darkness seemed to shudder. The voice spoke again, this time with an edge of anger. "You think you can defy the door? You are nothing. Insignificant specks in the vastness of existence. You cannot fight what you do not understand." Emma's voice rose again, filled with defiance. "Then maybe we don't need to understand it. Maybe we just need to refuse to give in." The darkness trembled, and for the first time, David felt a shift in its oppressive presence. It wasn't much, but it was enough to give him hope. "We're not yours," he said, his voice growing stronger. "Whatever you are, whatever this is, it doesn't own us. We decide our fate, not you." The void roared in response, the sound deafening and filled with fury. The swirling shapes became a violent storm, and the faces contorted in rage. David and Emma held on to each other as the darkness closed in around them, pressing against them with a force that threatened to crush them. But they didn't let go. "We're not afraid of you," Emma shouted, her voice cutting through the storm. "You can't take what we won't give." The storm intensified, and for a moment, it felt as though the void would consume them entirely. But then something changed. The oppressive weight began to lift, and the swirling shapes started to dissipate. The faces vanished, and the whispers faded into silence. The darkness around them grew thinner, and a faint light appeared in the distance. It was small at first, like a single star in the night sky, but it grew brighter and closer with each passing moment. "David," Emma said, her voice filled with both awe and urgency. "Do you see that?" "I see it," he replied, his heart pounding. "Let's go." They moved toward the light, their steps hesitant at first, but growing more confident as the void continued to recede. The light enveloped them, warm and radiant, and for the first time since stepping through the door, they felt hope. As they emerged from the darkness, they found themselves standing in a familiar place, their living room. The door was gone, and the oppressive hum was nowhere to be heard. The house was quiet, bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun. "Is it over?" Emma asked, her voice trembling. David looked around, his eyes scanning every corner for any sign of the door. But there was nothing, just the comforting familiarity of their home. "I think it is," he said, pulling her into a tight embrace. "We did it, Emma. We made it out." But even as he spoke the words, a nagging doubt lingered in the back of his mind. The door had been unlike anything they had ever encountered, an entity that defied logic and reason. Could something like that truly be defeated? Or was it merely biding its time? As they held each other, a faint sound echoed from somewhere deep within the house. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, a low creak, like the groan of wood under strain. David and Emma froze, their blood turning to ice. "Did you hear that?" Emma whispered. David didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the hallway, where a faint glow was beginning to emerge. The light pulsed softly, growing brighter with each passing second. And then the hum began again. David's chest tightened as the familiar, bone-deep hum reverberated through the air. It wasn't just a sound, it was a feeling, a vibration that seemed to seep into his very bones. Emma clutched his arm, her nails digging into his skin, her breath coming in shallow gasps. "David," she whispered, her voice trembling. "It's still here." He didn't respond. His eyes remained fixed on the faint glow emanating from the hallway. It was unmistakable, the same eerie light that had seeped from the edges of the door in the basement. The same light that had drawn them into the nightmare. "No," David said, shaking his head as if to deny what was happening. "We destroyed it. We were free. We." The light pulsed, brighter this time, and the hum grew louder, filling the house with its ominous presence. The walls seemed to tremble, the air growing heavy with an oppressive energy. It was as if the house itself was alive, reacting to the resurgence of the door's presence. "We need to get out," Emma said, her voice urgent. She tugged at David's arm, pulling him toward the front door. "We can't stay here." David snapped out of his daze and nodded. Together, they ran to the front door, their footsteps echoing in the unnaturally silent house. Emma reached the door first and grabbed the handle, twisting it with all her strength. It wouldn't budge. "No," she cried, yanking at the handle with increasing desperation. "Not again. David, it won't open." David pushed her aside gently and tried himself, throwing his weight against the door. It remained stubbornly shut, as if the house had sealed itself. He turned to the windows, his heart sinking further when he saw the strange light spilling through the cracks in the curtains. Emma backed away from the door, her face pale. "It's like it's alive," she whispered. "The whole house. It's not letting us leave." David's mind raced as he scanned the room, searching for any possible escape. His eyes landed on the kitchen, where the back door stood partially ajar. A glimmer of hope flickered in his chest. "Come on," he said, grabbing Emma's hand and leading her toward the kitchen. "The back door, it's open." They sprinted across the living room and into the kitchen, but as they reached the back door, it slammed shut with a deafening bang. The sound echoed in the stillness, followed by a sinister creak as the cabinets and drawers in the kitchen began to open and close on their own. Emma let out a startled cry, clinging to David as the kitchen seemed to come alive. Utensils clattered to the floor, plates shattered, and the hum grew louder and louder, drowning out their panicked breaths. "This isn't real," David muttered, trying to ground himself. It's just trying to scare us." "Well, it's working," Emma shouted, her voice laced with terror. She pointed toward the hallway, where the glow was now spreading, creeping along the floor and walls like a living thing. "David, it's coming." He turned to face the approaching light, his mind spinning. They couldn't run, and they couldn't hide. The door, whatever it was, had trapped them again, and this time, it seemed more determined than ever to consume them. "Think, David," he muttered to himself, trying to block out the chaos around them. "There has to be a way to stop it. There has to be something we're missing." Emma grabbed his shoulders, forcing him to look at her. "David, we don't have time for this. It's coming, and if we don't do something now, it's going to." Her words were cut off by a deafening crash as the glow surged forward, enveloping the kitchen in its blinding light. David shielded his eyes, pulling Emma close as the light swallowed them whole. When the light faded, they found themselves standing in the basement once more. The air was cold, and the familiar door loomed before them, its surface pulsating with an unnatural energy. The hum was deafening here, vibrating through the floor and walls like the heartbeat of some monstrous creature. "No," Emma whispered, shaking her head in disbelief. "We're back. How are we back?" David stared at the door, his fists clenched. He could feel its pull, a magnetic force drawing him closer. "It never let us go," he said, his voice hollow. "We thought we escaped, but we were wrong. It was just toying with us." The door creaked open, revealing the void beyond. The swirling darkness seemed almost eager, reaching out like tendrils toward the two of them. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent this time. "Come," the voice said, echoing through the basement. "You cannot escape. You belong to me." David stepped back, his mind racing. The door wasn't just a portal. It was alive, a sentient force that thrived on their fear and despair. And as long as they remained trapped in its cycle, it would continue to feed on them. "We have to fight it," he said, turning to Emma. "Not just resist it, but destroy it. Somehow, we have to end this for good." "But how?" Emma asked, her voice trembling. "We don't even know what it is." David looked at the door, his jaw tightening. "We might not know what it is, but we know what it wants. It wants us to give in, to surrender. That's how it wins. So we do the opposite. We confront it. We take control." Emma hesitated, fear etched across her face. But as she looked into David's eyes, she saw the determination there and nodded. "Okay," she said. "We'll fight it. Together." The door groaned, as if in response to their resolve. The darkness within writhed, and the whispers grew louder, more frantic. It was a challenge, a warning, a promise of what was to come. David and Emma stepped forward, hand in hand, ready to face whatever waited for them on the other side. As David and Emma approached the pulsating doorway, the atmosphere thickened, growing colder with each step. Their breaths misted in the air, and the whispers became an overwhelming cacophony of overlapping voices, pleading, laughing, screaming. The sound clawed at their minds, but they pressed forward, their hands gripping each other tightly. When they reached the threshold, the void seemed to ripple in anticipation, its tendrils retreating momentarily as if beckoning them closer. David glanced at Emma, his expression a mixture of determination and fear. "Whatever happens," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them, "we face it together." Emma nodded, though her grip on his hand tightened. "Together," she whispered. David took a deep breath and stepped through the doorway, pulling Emma with him. The instant they crossed the threshold, the world shifted violently. It felt as if they were falling, plummeting through an infinite expanse of cold, suffocating darkness. The whispers swirled around them, louder now, forming words that were almost coherent. "Welcome," the voices said in unison, their tone mocking and filled with malice. "You've come home." The fall ended abruptly, and they landed on solid ground. The air was stiflingly hot now, a stark contrast to the chill they had felt moments before. The space around them was dimly lit by an otherworldly red glow that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. The surface beneath their feet was slick and uneven, like wet stone, and the air reeked of sulfur and decay. Emma clung to David's arm, her eyes darting around the strange, alien landscape. Where are we?" she asked, her voice trembling. David scanned their surroundings, his heart pounding. The space seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions, a vast expanse of jagged terrain and looming shadows. In the distance, he could make out towering structures, monolithic shapes that pulsed with the same red glow as the ground. They were impossibly tall, their surfaces etched with symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when looked at directly. "I don't know," David admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "But it's not anywhere we've ever been. This is where the door leads." A low, guttural growl echoed from the shadows, and both of them froze. The sound was deep and primal, vibrating through the ground and into their bodies. It was followed by the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps drawing closer. "David," Emma said, her voice rising in panic. "Something's coming." David grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. "Run," he shouted. They sprinted across the uneven ground, the red glow casting eerie shadows around them. The growling grew louder, joined by a series of guttural clicks and hisses. Whatever was chasing them was fast, and it wasn't alone. As they ran, the landscape seemed to shift and warp around them, the monolithic structures drawing closer even though they weren't heading toward them. The air grew hotter, the stench of sulfur more overpowering. Emma stumbled, but David caught her, pulling her back to her feet. "Keep going," he urged. Ahead of them, a massive chasm opened up, its edges jagged and glowing faintly. The only way across was a narrow bridge of stone, barely wide enough for one person to walk. Without hesitation, David led Emma onto the bridge, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. Behind them, the creatures emerged from the shadows. They were grotesque, humanoid in shape but twisted and malformed. Their skin was a sickly gray, their eyes glowing red like the ground beneath them. They moved with unnatural speed, their movements jerky and insect-like. Emma glanced over her shoulder and let out a terrified scream. "They're right behind us." David quickened his pace, pulling her along the narrow bridge. The creatures hissed and shrieked, their clawed hands reaching out as they closed the distance. One of them leapt onto the bridge, its weight causing the stone to crack and tremble. "Go, Emma!" David shouted, shoving her forward. "Don't stop." She hesitated, her eyes wide with fear. "I'm not leaving you. Just go," he yelled, turning to face the creature. He grabbed a loose chunk of stone from the edge of the bridge and hurled it at the monstrosity, striking it in the face. The creature shrieked, momentarily stunned, but the others were closing in. Emma ran to the end of the bridge, where the ground leveled out again. She turned back just in time to see David sprinting toward her, the bridge collapsing behind him as the creatures clawed at the crumbling stone. "Jump!" Emma screamed. David leapt just as the last section of the bridge gave way, landing hard on the other side. Emma rushed to his side, helping him to his feet as the creatures tumbled into the chasm below, their screams echoing in the vast emptiness. David leaned against her, breathing heavily. That was too close. Before Emma could respond, the ground beneath them began to quake. The red glow intensified, and a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. "You cannot escape," it said, the words reverberating through their very souls. "You belong to me." The monolithic structures in the distance began to move, their shapes shifting and twisting. It was then that David and Emma realized they weren't structures at all. They were alive. Towering figures rose from the ground, their forms grotesque and nightmarish. They were like gods of this infernal realm, their glowing eyes fixed on the two intruders who had dared to defy the door's will. David and Emma backed away, their hearts pounding as the monstrous beings loomed over them. The voice spoke again, its tone filled with cruel amusement. "You sought to destroy me," it said, "but you cannot destroy what you do not understand. You cannot fight what you cannot comprehend." David gritted his teeth, his mind racing. "We have to do something," he said, his voice filled with desperation. "We can't just give up." Emma looked at him, tears streaming down her face. "David, I'm scared." He took her hand, his grip firm despite the terror in his own heart. "I know," he said, "but we have to fight. We have to try." The ground split open before them, revealing another doorway, larger and more ominous than the first. Its surface writhed with dark energy, and the voice spoke one last time. "Enter," it said. "Embrace your fate." David and Emma exchanged a glance, their fear giving way to a shared determination. Whatever waited for them on the other side, they would face it together. The doorway before them was both inviting and terrifying. It pulsed with an unnatural energy, a swirling, dark void that beckoned them to step forward. The ground around them trembled as if the very earth itself was warning them, but David and Emma didn't hesitate. With one last glance at each other, they took a step forward together, crossing the threshold into whatever awaited them on the other side. As they entered the portal, the world seemed to collapse around them. The ground beneath their feet gave way to a vast expanse of black nothingness. There was no sky, no horizon, only an endless, empty void stretching into infinity. The air was thick with a weightless, oppressive feeling, as if gravity had ceased to exist. They floated in the darkness, the silence overwhelming. "David," Emma whispered, her voice barely audible, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile space around them. "What is this place?" David didn't answer right away. His senses were assaulted by the silence, the lack of any sound or movement, and the suffocating feeling of being utterly alone. It was as if they had crossed into a dimension outside of time and space, a place where nothing had ever existed. "I don't know," he muttered, his eyes scanning the darkness. "But whatever this is, it's not natural. This place, it's not a place at all. It's a prison." The words hung in the air, and as soon as they left his mouth, the darkness around them seemed to shift. It wasn't much, a faint movement in the blackness, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to make David's skin crawl. Something was watching them. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet solidified, pulling them back to reality. They found themselves standing on a narrow stone platform that seemed to have materialized out of thin air. The platform was suspended in the void, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. In the distance, faint, distorted shapes began to form, twisting in and out of focus. At first, it seemed like trickery, shadows moving with a mind of their own. But as they solidified, David realized with a chill that they were more than shadows. They were figures, humanoid shapes that looked like they were trapped within the folds of this twisted dimension. Their eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, and their limbs jerked unnaturally, as though they were being manipulated by some unseen force. "Who are they?" Emma asked, her voice quivering as she backed away from the figures. David's eyes narrowed, his instincts screaming at him to flee, but there was nowhere to run. The figures moved toward them, their slow, deliberate steps reverberating through the void, the sound hollow and unsettling. "They're the lost ones," David said quietly. "People who've crossed into this place and never made it out. They've become part of whatever's controlling this dimension." As the figures drew closer, David could see their faces, distorted, twisted, frozen in eternal expressions of terror and anguish. The sight sent a shiver down his spine. Each figure was trapped in a cycle, forever replaying their final moments of fear. The air grew colder, and the whispers returned. This time they weren't distant or muffled. They were right next to them, wrapping around them like an invisible force. The voices were familiar, echoing their own thoughts and fears, twisting them into something dark. "You cannot escape," one of the voices hissed. "You belong to the void now." Emma stepped closer to David, her body shaking. "David, what do we do?" David's eyes darted to the stone platform beneath them. The whispers were growing louder, and the shadows around them were closing in. He could feel the pressure building, the suffocating sense that they were being pulled deeper into the void. If they didn't act now, they would become part of this nightmare, just like the others. "I don't know," he said, gripping her hand tightly, "but we need to find a way out." "We have to." One of the figures broke free from the shadows, its limbs twitching as it moved toward them. It wasn't a human figure anymore. It was something twisted, an amalgamation of limbs and distorted faces, a grotesque mockery of life. It reached out with one skeletal hand, its voice rasping in the stillness. "Join us," it whispered. "Join us and be free." Emma gasped, recoiling in fear. The figure's hollow eyes locked onto hers, and for a moment she saw something in its gaze, something almost human, a faint trace of hope that had long been lost. "No!" David shouted, pulling Emma away from the figure. "We're not like them. We won't become part of this." But the figure didn't retreat. It reached out again, its hand curling around Emma's arm with unnatural strength. Emma screamed, struggling to free herself, but the figure's grip was like iron. David's heart raced as he grabbed the figure's arm, trying to pry it off Emma. The skin felt cold, like the touch of death itself. He looked into the figure's eyes, and for a brief moment, he saw the horror of a soul trapped in this dimension, begging for release. "We can't let it drag us in," David muttered under his breath, his fingers digging into the figure's arm. "We need to fight it." With a final, desperate effort, David pulled Emma away from the figure. The stone beneath their feet rumbled as if it were alive, reacting to the struggle. The platform shook, and the figures around them screeched, their voices blending into a single, agonized howl. David looked around wildly, searching for any way out. The platform they stood on was the only solid ground in sight. In the distance, he saw a faint light, a beacon, a possible escape. "Over there," he shouted, pointing toward the light. "We have to reach it." Without hesitation, they ran toward the distant glow, their footsteps echoing in the void. The figures followed them, their eerie cries filling the air, but David and Emma didn't look back. They couldn't afford to. The light was their only hope. As they sprinted toward the light, the platform beneath them started to disintegrate, the stone crumbling away in chunks. The air grew colder, and the whispers turned into guttural growls. Just as they were about to reach the light, the platform cracked, and the ground beneath them gave way. David grabbed Emma, pulling her toward the light with all his strength. The void closed in around them. The world shifted again, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as though they were suspended in time, caught between dimensions, neither fully in the void nor in the light. But then, the light surged forward, engulfing them in its warmth, and everything around them vanished. They tumbled, disoriented, onto solid ground. The air was warm now, fresh, and the oppressive weight that had been suffocating them disappeared. Slowly, as their senses adjusted, they realized they were no longer in the twisted, nightmarish space. The ground beneath them was soft, almost like soil, and the air smelled faintly of pine and earth. Above them, the sky was a clear, deep blue, and the sun shone brightly, casting long shadows on the ground. They were back, but where were they? David scrambled to his feet, helping Emma up. Are we back?" he asked, his voice tentative as he looked around. The scenery before them was idyllic, an untouched forest, lush with greenery, the sounds of birds chirping in the distance. It felt almost too perfect. Emma was quiet for a long moment, glancing nervously at the trees, the rolling hills beyond them. I don't know. It doesn't feel real. It feels wrong." David frowned, a knot forming in his stomach. He felt it too, the unsettling sense that something was amiss. They had crossed through the void, but had they truly escaped? Or were they trapped in another version of reality? He wasn't sure, but something in the air felt different for him. "We need to stay alert," David said, his voice low. "We don't know if we're safe yet." Emma nodded, and they began walking through the forest, trying to make sense of their surroundings. They didn't speak much as they moved, both of them lost in their thoughts, constantly checking over their shoulders. The peaceful setting seemed to be mocking them. How could something so beautiful feel so suffocating? After what felt like hours, they came upon a small clearing. In the center stood an old cabin, its wood darkened by age and wear, but still standing strong. It seemed out of place in the natural surroundings, like a relic from another time. But there was something about it, something that pulled them in. It felt familiar, like they had been here before, or like they were meant to be. David hesitated before taking a step forward. "Do you think we should go in?" he asked Emma, his voice uncertain. Emma swallowed hard, her eyes narrowing as she glanced at the cabin. "It doesn't feel right. We don't know what's inside, or what's waiting for us." But something in David's gut told him that they had no choice. The cabin was the only thing in sight. and it might hold the answers they were desperately searching for. Without saying another word, he pushed open the door, the old wood creaking ominously. Inside, the air was musty, thick with dust. The space was cramped, with barely any light filtering through the grimy windows. A small fireplace sat along one wall, its hearth cold and abandoned. The furniture was sparse, an old rocking chair in one corner, a table covered in cobwebs, and a bookshelf lined with tattered books that looked as though they hadn't been touched in years. But something about the room unsettled them. It felt as if it had been waiting for them. Emma stepped cautiously inside, her footsteps echoing in the silence. "This place, it's so empty," she whispered. David walked toward the bookshelf, scanning the spines of the books. They were all in languages he didn't recognize, their letters strange and curved in ways that made his head spin. He pulled one from the shelf, its cover dark and worn, and cracked it open. The pages were filled with symbols, symbols that twisted and turned on the page, almost as if they were alive. "What is this?" he muttered, turning the pages in a daze. "It's not a language I've ever seen." Emma joined him, peering over his shoulder. "It looks like ancient runes, or maybe a kind of curse. I've never seen anything like it." David's eyes flicked across the pages, and something caught his attention, a drawing of a door, very similar to the one they had passed through earlier. The symbols surrounding it were an intricate web of dark lines, almost like a map, but it was incomplete. There was no telling what would happen if they followed it, but the implications were terrifying. A sudden movement behind them made Emma gasp, and she spun around. There was a shadow in the far corner of the cabin, just at the edge of the dim light. It was human-shaped, standing still and watching them, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark. For a moment, David thought it might be one of the figures they had seen in the void, but this one was different. It seemed more solid, more real. "Who's there?" David called out, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger. The figure didn't respond, but slowly it stepped forward, revealing itself in the dim light. It was a woman, pale, with long black hair that hung in tangled strands around her face. Her eyes were empty, hollow, as if they had never seen the light of day. She wore tattered clothing, and her movements were slow, deliberate, as if every step took great effort. Emma took a step back, a sharp breath escaping her lips. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper. The woman tilted her head, her eyes never leaving them. "You should not have come here," she said in a voice that echoed with a strange, haunting reverberation. "This place is not what it seems." David clenched his fists. "We didn't have a choice. We're trying to escape, trying to get out of this nightmare." The woman's lips curled into a faint smile, but it was twisted, sadistic. "Escape? You think you can escape it? You're already part of it, just like the others." David's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? Who are the others?" "The others who came before you," the woman continued, her voice growing colder. "The ones who thought they could leave. But they never left. Not really. They became part of the cycle. They're here with me, in this place." David and Emma exchanged a horrified glance. Could they be trapped in another loop? Another dimension? Were they destined to become like the others? The woman took a step closer, her form flickering slightly in the dim light. "You won't find a way out. The door always brings you back, and when it does, it brings more of us with it." Emma's eyes widened in realization. The door, it's not just a door. It's a trap, a way to bring more souls here, to trap them. The woman nodded slowly, her smile widening. "Exactly. And now, you're part of the collection. Welcome home." David's heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in shallow gasps as the woman's words sank in. The weight of her revelation hung heavily in the air, suffocating them both. He felt the sharp sting of terror gnawing at his insides, but he refused to succumb to it. "Not yet. You're lying," he said, his voice firm but trembling with barely contained panic. "We can leave. We have to. We've already been through hell to get here. We won't become part of this place." The woman's hollow eyes bore into his, her expression unreadable. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then, slowly, almost as if she were savoring the moment, she stepped back into the shadows. "You believe you have control," she said, her voice soft, almost amused. "But you don't. This place bends you to its will. You are nothing but a fleeting moment, a passing shadow in its eternal cycle." The air grew colder, and David could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. The longer they stayed here, the more the oppressive atmosphere seemed to take root in his mind, wrapping around his thoughts like a vice. He could feel it pressing in on him, threatening to pull him into the darkness. Emma's voice broke through the rising panic. "David, what do we do now?" David didn't have an answer. He didn't know how to fight this place, how to escape the pull of the endless loop that seemed to be consuming them. But he couldn't give up, not now. "Stay close," he said, grabbing her hand. "We have to keep moving. We can't stay here." They turned, but as they started to walk toward the door, the woman's voice cut through the silence, sharp and echoing. "You can try to leave," she said, her tone dripping with malice. "But you'll never make it. You're already in it, David. In this place, in this story. There's no escape from the pages you've written." The words hit him like a physical blow. The sense of inevitability, of being caught in something far beyond his control, weighed down on him like a stone. Every step they took toward the door felt like a betrayal of everything they had fought for. Were they trapped? Was this the end? They reached the door, but when David tried to open it, he found it was locked. He twisted the knob harder, but it refused to budge. The wood groaned, but it stayed stubbornly closed. "We're locked in," he muttered under his breath, his panic rising again. "It's not just a door, it's a barrier. A boundary we can't cross." Emma's eyes filled with dread, her face pale as she stared at the locked door. "What do we do? If we can't leave, then what?" David turned back toward the woman, who was still watching them from the far corner. Her figure flickered, like a mirage on the edge of his vision, but she remained steadfast in her place. "You're here for a reason," she said cryptically. "This is your fate. The door is just the beginning." David clenched his fists, frustration boiling inside him. "I won't accept that. I won't give in to whatever this place is." The woman tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly. "It's not for you to accept, David. It's already decided." David stepped away from the door, taking Emma's hand in his again. He looked around the cabin, trying to find something, anything, that could give them a clue as to how to escape. The dust-covered furniture, the books, the old fireplace, none of it offered any answers. The air was thick with tension, the silence almost suffocating. Emma suddenly gasped, pointing toward the corner of the room. "Look, David. There's something on the floor." David followed her gaze and saw a strange symbol etched into the floorboards. It was faded, worn by time, but it was unmistakable. The same twisted pattern he had seen in the book earlier, the one with the door on it. The symbols he couldn't understand. David crouched down beside it, his fingers brushing against the worn edges of the symbol. It was cold to the touch, like ice under his fingertips. He ran his hand over the marks, trying to make sense of them. The more he touched the symbol, the colder the room became. "We need to destroy it," David said urgently. "This symbol, it's the key to this place. If we break it, maybe we can stop whatever's holding us here." Emma looked at him, her face filled with doubt. "But how do we break it? We don't know what it means." David gritted his teeth, frustration mounting. "We don't have a choice. We need to try something." He stood up, his eyes scanning the room for anything that could help. The fireplace. It was the only thing in the room that might offer a solution. He rushed toward it, grabbing the old, rusted poker from beside the hearth. Without another word, he thrust the end of the poker into the symbol, pressing down with all his strength. The wood screamed in protest as the poker dug into the floor, splintering the surface. The air around them crackled, the temperature plummeting. The walls of the cabin seemed to shudder, as though they were alive and responding to the disturbance. David gritted his teeth, forcing the poker deeper into the symbol, desperate for anything to happen. The moment the poker pierced the floor completely, a loud, unearthly shriek filled the air, and the room seemed to distort, warping like a funhouse mirror. The temperature dropped to freezing, and David could see his breath hanging in the air in front of him. Emma screamed, clutching onto him. "What's happening?" The floorboards began to tremble, the symbol flashing with a sickly light. The walls groaned, and the cabin itself seemed to be alive, reacting to the disruption. A terrible, screeching sound echoed from the very walls, and the floor split open, revealing a dark, yawning abyss beneath them. The woman's voice echoed through the room, distorted and more threatening than ever. "You cannot escape. You're already part of this place, David. It's too late." David's heart raced as he backed away from the gaping hole in the floor. "We're not part of it," he said, his voice low and defiant. "We will not be." With one final surge of strength, David grabbed Emma's hand and yanked her away from the floor, toward the back door of the cabin. He didn't know what was happening or how it was happening, but he knew they had no choice but to keep moving. This was their chance. As they ran for the door, the walls seemed to close in on them, the very air pressing against them, but David wouldn't stop. Not now. Not ever. Not when they were so close to freedom. The door creaked open, but not without resistance. The darkness beyond it loomed like a vast unknown, the shadows stretching and twisting as though the very world outside was alive and waiting for them. David and Emma stood there for a moment, the chill of the void pressing in on them from all sides. The air was thick with tension, and the oppressive silence that had filled the cabin now seemed louder than ever. David glanced at Emma, his heart pounding in his chest. "We have to go now," he urged, his voice urgent, barely more than a whisper. Emma hesitated, her eyes darting nervously from the open door to the shifting walls around them. "Do you think it's safe out there? What if it's just another trap?" David didn't have an answer. He didn't know if it was safe, but they couldn't stay in the cabin any longer. The place was warping around them, and the symbol they had disrupted had only made things worse. They had no choice but to face whatever waited beyond that door. With a deep breath, David pulled Emma forward, stepping over the threshold into the darkness. The air outside felt different, cool but not biting. The forest was quiet, eerily so, as if holding its breath. The trees around them stood tall and silent, their branches reaching upward like skeletal hands. Everything felt still, almost frozen, but there was a strange energy in the air, like the world was holding a secret just out of reach. As they moved deeper into the woods, the sound of their footsteps was muffled by the thick carpet of leaves underfoot. The darkness pressed in on them, but the further they went, the more the oppressive atmosphere from the cabin seemed to fade. They moved quickly, not looking back, desperate to put distance between themselves and whatever nightmare they had just escaped. David's thoughts raced as they walked. What had happened back there? Had they really escaped? Or had they simply stepped into another version of the same nightmare? The woman's words echoed in his mind, her cryptic warnings about being part of the cycle, about being trapped here. Were they in the same place, or had they crossed into something even worse? "David, stop!" Emma's voice broke through his thoughts, and he turned to see her standing still, her face pale as she stared ahead. David followed her gaze and froze. In the distance, just beyond the edge of the trees, a flicker of light caught his eye. It was faint, almost like the reflection of a distant star, but it was too perfect, too out of place in the dark, quiet woods. "What is that?" Emma whispered, her voice trembling. David squinted, trying to make sense of the light. It seemed to be moving, drifting through the trees like a will-o'-the-wisp, its soft glow flickering like a candle in the wind. He felt an icy chill crawl up his spine. "It's not natural," he muttered under his breath. "We need to stay away from it." But before he could grab her hand and pull her away, Emma was already moving toward the light, drawn by its strange pull. "It's just a light," she said, her voice distant, as though the decision had already been made for her. I need to see it. Emma, no! David shouted, reaching out to stop her, but she was already too far ahead, moving with an almost mechanical determination. David cursed under his breath and ran after her, his heart racing. Emma, stop! It's a trap, I know it is. But Emma didn't stop. She was drawn to the light, her steps quickening with every moment, and despite his calls, she moved further and further into the woods. David felt a surge of panic grip his chest. He couldn't lose her, not after everything they had been through. He pushed himself harder, ignoring the burning ache in his legs as he raced after her. The light grew brighter the closer he got, and soon it illuminated the surrounding area in a sickly, unnatural glow. The trees around them seemed to bend and warp under its influence, their trunks twisting like tortured forms. The sound of the forest had gone completely silent, the normal rustling of leaves and chirping of birds vanishing completely. It was as though the entire world had held its breath. David reached out, grabbing Emma's arm just as she reached the edge of the light. She flinched at his touch, her eyes wide and unfocused, as if she were lost in a trance. Emma, don't! This isn't real! David shouted, his voice desperate. Emma blinked, her eyes slowly refocusing on him, and for a moment, she seemed to come back to herself. But then, something changed in her expression, a flicker of realization, followed by a deep, unsettling sadness. I don't know what's happening, she whispered, her voice breaking. I feel like I'm not myself anymore. It's like I'm slipping away. David's heart clenched in his chest as he pulled her away from the light. You're not slipping away, he said urgently, his grip tightening on her arm. You're here. We're both here, and we'll make it out of this. But Emma's face was full of confusion and fear. She shook her head slowly. David, I think it's already too late. Before David could respond, the light around them suddenly intensified, blinding in its brilliance. He felt a surge of heat, and the ground beneath them seemed to tremble. The trees around them groaned, their branches twisting and creaking as if they were alive and in pain. No! David shouted, his voice rising in panic as he tried to shield his eyes from the light. This isn't real. This isn't happening. But even as he screamed, the world around them seemed to fracture. The light expanded, swallowing the forest whole, and the ground beneath their feet gave way. The last thing David saw before everything went black was Emma's face, her expression one of terror, as if she had realized the truth too late. David woke with a violent start, gasping for breath. The ground beneath him was hard and uneven, the cold air biting into his skin. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was or how he had gotten there. His vision blurred, and his head pounded with the weight of disorientation. Emma, he croaked, his voice hoarse and weak. His body ached, as though he had been thrown into the earth itself, but there was no time to waste. He had to find her. She had to be close. They had to get out, they had to. As his senses slowly came back to him, he realized that the world around him had changed again. The trees were gone, replaced by twisted, jagged rock formations that rose like dark, skeletal fingers against the pale, sickly sky. The air was thick with an oppressive heaviness, the silence so deep it pressed against his ears. He pushed himself up, his legs unsteady beneath him, and staggered forward. The ground here was rocky, uneven, and seemed to shift with every step, as though the very earth beneath him was alive and shifting in response to his movements. Emma, he shouted again, his voice cracking. Panic clawed at his throat. Was she even here? Was any of this real? There was no answer, only the eerie, suffocating silence. David took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He needed to think. He needed to. A low, distant sound caught his attention. It was faint, almost inaudible, but it was there, something in the distance, like a soft, rhythmic tapping. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be Emma? Could it be someone else? He had to know. The sound grew louder as he moved toward it, drawing him like a magnet. His mind raced, his thoughts spiraling, but he couldn't focus on them. Not now. He reached the edge of the jagged rocks, and peered through the craggy openings. His breath caught in his throat as he saw something, a figure standing in the distance, silhouetted against the pale light of the sky. It was a woman. His heart stopped for a moment, and for the briefest of seconds, he thought it might be Emma. But no, this woman was different. Her back was turned to him, but there was something about her stance, something about the way she stood that sent an icy chill crawling down his spine. "Emma," he called again, his voice shaking. The woman didn't move. David's pulse quickened, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. Could it be her? Could it be someone else? Was he losing his grip on reality? He took a step closer, every fiber of his being screaming for him to turn around and run. But he couldn't. Not yet. He had to know. He took another step, and the woman finally turned. David froze, his breath caught in his throat. The woman's face was pale, almost ashen, her eyes dark and hollow, devoid of any human warmth. Her hair hung in long, matted strands, tangled and unkempt. Her lips were thin, almost colorless, and when she spoke, it was with a voice that sounded like the rustling of dry leaves. "You've come for her," she said, her voice soft, as if she were speaking to herself. David swallowed hard, fear creeping up his spine. "What do you mean? Where is she? Is she here?" The woman didn't answer immediately. She merely tilted her head to one side, her eyes studying him with a strange, unreadable expression. For a moment, the world seemed to pause, as though time itself were holding its breath. "You will never leave," she said finally, her words like a verdict, heavy with inevitability. "None of you will. Not while the doors are closed." David's mind raced. "What doors? What do you know about this place?" The woman's hollow eyes flickered with something. Was it pity? Before she stepped closer to him. "You cannot escape what you have entered. It's not a place you simply leave." David took a step back, his instincts screaming at him to run, to escape, but there was nowhere to go. The rocks around him were closing in, and the sky above seemed to grow darker with every passing second. He needed answers. He needed to understand what this place was, what had happened to them. "Why? Why can't we leave? What's happening to us?" he asked, his voice desperate. The woman's gaze softened ever so slightly, but the coldness in her eyes remained. "You are trapped in the cycle. This place was never meant for you. You've crossed into it, and now you belong to it." David's breath caught in his throat. "What do you mean, belong? What is this place?" The woman sighed softly, almost wistfully, as though she had told this story 1,000 times. "This is the space between, the place where things lost to time linger. You are not the first to come here, and you won't be the last." David's mind spun with the implications of her words. The space between, what does that mean? And Emma, where is she? The woman's eyes flickered, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "She is here somewhere waiting, just like you will be, waiting for the cycle to close." David felt a cold shiver run through him. "What cycle? What do you want from us?" The woman's expression shifted again, her smile fading as she stepped back. "It's not about what I want. It's about what this place demands. And it demands all who enter. All who try to leave are bound to return, again and again. It is the way of this place." David felt his stomach twist with dread. He understood now. Whatever this place was, it wasn't just a nightmare. It wasn't just some twisted realm of lost souls. It was a prison, one that would keep them trapped forever, and there was no escaping it. David's mind reeled with the woman's words. The thought of being trapped in this twisted place forever was almost too much to bear. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to make sense of everything. He had to find Emma. He couldn't let her slip away, not after everything they'd been through. But if what this woman said was true, if they were trapped in some kind of eternal cycle, then how could he ever escape? The woman's cold eyes never left him. "You cannot fight it, you know," she said, her voice calm, almost soothing. "The cycle will pull you back every time. No matter how far you run, it will find you, and you will return. Always." David's breath quickened as he took a step back, his mind racing. He had to think. He had to find a way out of this place. But every instinct in his body screamed at him to run, to get away from this woman, from the ominous force that seemed to be watching him, waiting for him to make his move. He turned, his eyes scanning the dark, jagged landscape for any sign of Emma. There was no time to waste. He couldn't afford to listen to the woman's words, no matter how unsettling they were. If Emma was somewhere in this cursed place, he had to find her. "Where is she?" David demanded, turning back to the woman. His voice was firm now, but there was a tremor beneath the surface. "Where is Emma?" The woman did not answer immediately. Instead, she simply looked at him, as though measuring him, weighing his soul. There was something in her gaze that felt ancient, as though she had seen countless souls come and go through this nightmare. Finally she spoke, her voice soft, almost a whisper. "She is closer than you think," she said. "But it doesn't matter. She is part of the cycle now. Just like you. Just like everyone who's ever stepped foot here." David's heart sank, the weight of her words settling on him like a thick fog. He refused to believe it. He couldn't. He wouldn't. "No," he said, shaking his head. "I won't accept that. I'm going to find her. I'm going to get us out of here." The woman's lips curled into a faint smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "You can try," she said, her voice cold, "but you won't succeed. You're already too far gone. This place has claimed you." David's blood ran cold at her words, but he couldn't afford to give up. He couldn't allow himself to fall into despair. He had to find a way. He had to. Before he could continue, a loud crack echoed through the air, followed by a low rumble that seemed to come from deep beneath the ground. David looked around frantically, his pulse quickening. What was that? The ground trembled beneath his feet, and he stumbled as a powerful wave of force swept through the air. He grabbed onto a nearby rock to steady himself, but the world around him was shifting once again. The landscape seemed to warp, the jagged rocks melting into a dark, swirling fog. The pale sky above grew darker, the air thick with a sense of impending doom. David's breath quickened as he heard a voice that was unmistakable. "David!" It was Emma's voice, distant but unmistakable. She was out there somewhere, calling to him. "Emma!" he shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. "Emma, where are you?" The woman's eyes flickered with something almost like amusement. "You hear her, don't you?" she said softly. "You think you can save her, but it's already too late. She's already part of the cycle, just as you are." David's heart ached at the thought, but the sound of Emma's voice, it was real. He couldn't stop now. He wouldn't. Without another word, he turned and sprinted into the fog, ignoring the way the ground seemed to shift beneath him. He couldn't let himself be caught in this place. He couldn't give up. He had to save her. The fog seemed to close in around him, the mist swirling and thickening with each passing second. It was hard to see, hard to breathe, and even harder to hold on to his bearings as the world seemed to twist in impossible directions. His mind was spinning, and his thoughts were a jumbled mess. He had to stay focused. Emma was close. He could feel it. "Emma!" he shouted again, but his voice was swallowed by the fog, lost in the oppressive silence. He stumbled forward, pushing through the thick haze, his legs burning with exhaustion. The air was colder now, and the ground felt slippery, treacherous beneath his feet. He had to keep going. He couldn't stop. A faint sound broke through the stillness, the sound of footsteps. He stopped dead in his tracks, straining to hear. There was someone nearby, someone who was moving. And then, out of the mist, a figure appeared. It was a woman, her form barely visible through the swirling fog. But it wasn't Emma. This woman had long, flowing hair, but her face was obscured by the darkness, her body draped in tattered clothing. David froze, his heart racing. The figure moved closer, her steps slow and deliberate. He could feel a sense of unease creeping over him, like a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. This wasn't Emma. This wasn't anyone he recognized. "Who are you?" David demanded, his voice shaking with uncertainty. The figure didn't answer. Instead, she stopped just a few feet away, her dark eyes locking onto his. And then, with a cold smile that sent a chill down his spine, she reached out a hand. David stepped back, his breath quickening. Something about this woman felt wrong, unnatural. She wasn't just a stranger, she was a part of this place, a manifestation of whatever twisted force controlled this nightmare. Before he could react, the woman spoke, her voice soft and laced with something chilling. "You're too late, David." David's mind reeled with the woman's words. The thought of being trapped in this twisted place forever was almost too much to bear. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to make sense of everything. He had to find Emma. He couldn't let her slip away, not after everything they'd been through. But if what this woman said was true, if they were trapped in some kind of eternal cycle, then how could he ever escape? The woman's cold eyes never left him. "You cannot fight it, you know," she said, her voice calm, almost soothing. "The cycle will pull you back every time. No matter how far you run, it will find you, and you will return. Always." David's breath quickened as he took a step back, his mind racing. He had to think. He had to find a way out of this place. But every instinct in his body screamed at him to run, to get away from this woman, from the ominous force that seemed to be watching him, waiting for him to make his move. He turned, his eyes scanning the dark, jagged landscape for any sign of Emma. There was no time to waste. He couldn't afford to listen to the woman's words, no matter how unsettling they were. If Emma was somewhere in this cursed place, he had to find her. "Where is she?" David demanded, turning back to the woman. His voice was firm now, but there was a tremor beneath the surface. "Where is Emma?" The woman did not answer immediately. Instead, she simply looked at him, as though measuring him, weighing his soul. There was something in her gaze that felt ancient, as though she had seen countless souls come and go through this nightmare. Finally she spoke, her voice soft, almost a whisper. "She is closer than you think," she said. "But it doesn't matter. She is part of the cycle now. Just like you. Just like everyone who's ever stepped foot here." David's heart sank, the weight of her words settling on him like a thick fog. He refused to believe it. He couldn't. He wouldn't. "No," he said, shaking his head. "I won't accept that. I'm going to find her. I'm going to get us out of here." The woman's lips curled into a faint smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "You can try," she said, her voice cold, "but you won't succeed. You're already too far gone. This place has claimed you." David's blood ran cold at her words, but he couldn't afford to give up. He couldn't allow himself to fall into despair. He had to find a way. He had to. Before he could continue, a loud crack echoed through the air, followed by a low rumble that seemed to come from deep beneath the ground. David looked around frantically, his pulse quickening. What was that? The ground trembled beneath his feet, and he stumbled as a powerful wave of force swept through the air. He grabbed onto a nearby rock to steady himself, but the world around him was shifting once again. The landscape seemed to warp, the jagged rocks melting into a dark, swirling fog. The pale sky above grew darker, the air thick with a sense of impending doom. David's breath quickened as he heard a voice that was unmistakable. "David!" It was Emma's voice, distant but unmistakable. She was out there somewhere, calling to him. "Emma!" he shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. "Emma, where are you?" The woman's eyes flickered with something almost like amusement. "You hear her, don't you?" she said softly. "You think you can save her, but it's already too late. She's already part of the cycle, just as you are." David's heart ached at the thought, but the sound of Emma's voice, it was real. He couldn't stop now. He wouldn't. Without another word, he turned and sprinted into the fog, ignoring the way the ground seemed to shift beneath him. He couldn't let himself be caught in this place. He couldn't give up. He had to save her. The fog seemed to close in around him, the mist swirling and thickening with each passing second. It was hard to see, hard to breathe, and even harder to hold on to his bearings as the world seemed to twist in impossible directions. His mind was spinning, and his thoughts were a jumbled mess. He had to stay focused. Emma was close. He could feel it. "Emma!" he shouted again, but his voice was swallowed by the fog, lost in the oppressive silence. He stumbled forward, pushing through the thick haze, his legs burning with exhaustion. The air was colder now, and the ground felt slippery, treacherous beneath his feet. He had to keep going. He couldn't stop. A faint sound broke through the stillness, the sound of footsteps. He stopped dead in his tracks, straining to hear. There was someone nearby, someone who was moving. And then, out of the mist, a figure appeared. It was a woman, her form barely visible through the swirling fog. But it wasn't Emma. This woman had long, flowing hair, but her face was obscured by the darkness, her body draped in tattered clothing. David froze, his heart racing. The figure moved closer, her steps slow and deliberate. He could feel a sense of unease creeping over him, like a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. This wasn't Emma. This wasn't anyone he recognized. "Who are you?" David demanded, his voice shaking with uncertainty. The figure didn't answer. Instead, she stopped just a few feet away, her dark eyes locking onto his. And then, with a cold smile that sent a chill down his spine, she reached out a hand. David stepped back, his breath quickening. Something about this woman felt wrong, unnatural. She wasn't just a stranger. She was a part of this place, a manifestation of whatever twisted force controlled this nightmare. Before he could react, the woman spoke, her voice soft and laced with something chilling. "You're too late, David." David's pulse raced as the woman's hand inched closer. His instincts screamed at him to run, but his feet felt frozen to the ground. The air had turned suffocating, the fog so thick it seemed to close in around him like a living entity. There was no escaping this place. It was as if the earth itself was conspiring to keep him here, to trap him in its endless grip. "You're too late, David," the woman repeated, her voice like ice running through his veins. "Emma is already part of the cycle. You'll never escape, not now." He didn't want to believe her. He couldn't, but her words gnawed at his resolve. He had come this far, pushed through the impossible. Emma was out there somewhere, and he would find her. He refused to give in to despair. "Shut up," he shouted, the words slipping from his mouth in a frantic blur. "I'm not going to let you control me. I'm not going to let this place take us." With a surge of adrenaline, he pushed past the woman, ignoring the gnawing feeling that told him this was all in vain. His heart pounded, his breath ragged as he pushed forward through the fog, his legs burning with exhaustion. The ground beneath him trembled again. The world shifted, warping around him as though the very fabric of reality were crumbling. He didn't stop. He couldn't. And then, as if from nowhere, Emma's voice rang out again. "David!" His heart skipped a beat. The voice was closer this time, louder, more urgent. She was close. She was real. He could feel it in his bones. "Emma!" he cried, his voice breaking. The fog parted before him, the darkness retreating as if it were alive. And then, through the mist, he saw her. She was standing there, just ahead, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. "Emma!" he shouted again, running toward her. She turned, her face pale and strained as she took a step back. "David, no. You can't. You have to stop." David reached her in a blur, but when he grabbed her arm, he felt the chill in her touch. Her skin was cold, like ice. He looked into her eyes, and what he saw there sent a shiver through him. A strange emptiness, as if she were no longer entirely herself. "Emma, we can leave, we can," he started, but she cut him off. "You don't understand," she whispered, her voice trembling. "We can't leave. We're part of it now." David's blood ran cold as the words sunk in. "What do you mean? You're not one of them, right?" Her lips trembled, but she didn't respond right away. Instead, she stepped back, shaking her head slowly. "I'm sorry, David. I didn't want to believe it either. But I've seen it, felt it. We're already part of the cycle. And every time we try to leave, it brings us back. Every time. David's mind spun, the world around him beginning to tilt and twist once more. No, I refuse to believe that. I can't lose you. Not now. He reached out to her, but Emma stepped back again, her eyes growing distant, lost in a deep, haunting sadness. The coldness in her gaze deepened, and for a moment, David could see something that wasn't her. Something ancient, something malevolent. "David, you have to let me go," Emma said, her voice distant, almost robotic now. "You have to accept it. You've crossed the line, just like I did. There's no way out." David's stomach twisted with dread. "No, Emma. No, I won't leave you." But the more he spoke, the further she drifted away, her form becoming less tangible, more like a shadow than a person. The fog swirled around her, and before he could react, she was gone. David stood there, breathless, in the middle of the fog. The empty landscape stretched on forever. The silence was deafening. No, he couldn't let it end like this. He wouldn't. He turned and ran, stumbling through the fog, ignoring the weight of despair trying to pull him down. The ground beneath him buckled and shifted, but he didn't care. All that mattered was finding a way out. But as he ran, something shifted in the air. He could feel it. The pull. It was pulling him back. He wasn't alone anymore. Behind him, footsteps echoed in the fog, slow, deliberate, and unyielding. He turned, but there was no one there. He ran faster, but the footsteps were still there, growing closer. And then suddenly the fog cleared entirely. David stumbled to a halt as he found himself standing before the same door, his front door, the one he had entered at the start of all of this. The door stood, waiting for him, the key in his hand, the familiar warmth of home behind it. He hesitated, fear gnawing at him. Could he step through? Could he leave this place behind? Or was this just another trick, another cycle that would bring him back to the beginning? As his hand reached for the doorknob, he heard Emma's voice again, soft and distant. "David, it's too late. You're already here. And you always will be." David froze. The doorknob was cold, too cold. His fingers brushed against it, but his heart was already sinking. He couldn't escape. This place had him. This place had taken them both. And as he opened the door, the darkness on the other side swallowed him whole, the cycle beginning anew. David stood frozen in the doorway, staring into the abyss. The darkness beyond the door seemed endless, a yawning void that stretched on forever. The air felt thick, suffocating, and the sound of Emma's voice still echoed in his ears, like a ghost whispering in the back of his mind. "You're already here," she had said, "and you always will be." His hand trembled on the doorknob, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. His mind screamed at him to turn away, to run, but his body betrayed him, unable to move. The cycle had already begun. He could feel it. He could feel the weight of inevitability pressing down on him, like the crushing hand of fate itself. David's thoughts began to blur, and the faces of everyone he had known, the people he had loved, the ones who had come and gone, flashed before his eyes. His parents, his friends, Emma, all of them trapped in this twisted nightmare, all of them lost to this place. His own struggle felt so small, so insignificant, compared to the vast emptiness that surrounded him. With a strangled breath, he turned the doorknob. The world shifted again, the familiar weight of his body becoming a distant memory. As he stepped through the door, his surroundings distorted, warping like melting wax. The sound of his footsteps, loud and heavy at first, grew fainter and fainter, as if he were walking into an endless chasm. He thought he heard Emma again, her voice distant and broken. "David, please don't go." But this time, the voice didn't reach him. The door behind him slammed shut with an earth-shattering bang, the sound reverberating through his skull. The shock sent him reeling, but before he could steady himself, the ground beneath his feet crumbled away, and he fell. The darkness caught him like an old friend, swallowing him whole. For a brief moment, he felt weightless, suspended in nothingness, And then, without warning, a cold, overwhelming sensation overtook him. It was as if his very soul had been ripped from his body, dragged through some invisible void, its edges jagged and sharp. Every moment of his life, every memory, every regret, flashed before him in an instant, and then it was gone. He fell and fell, endlessly, spiraling through the darkness. And then, just when it seemed like he would be lost forever, the fall stopped, and he slammed into the cold, unforgiving ground. David gasped for air, his chest heaving, his body bruised and broken. He was lying on the floor, his clothes torn, his face dirted. The fog had returned, swirling around him like a living thing, thick and suffocating. He pushed himself up, his hands trembling, and looked around. It was the same place, the same nightmare, the same cycle. The door stood before him again, like a cruel joke. He wanted to scream. He wanted to fight, but deep down he knew it was futile. The woman's words echoed in his mind once more. You're part of it now. There's no escaping. David had been trapped here before. He had tried to break free, to outsmart whatever force had cursed him. But now, standing before the door, he understood the truth. He had crossed a line, a threshold that could not be undone. The door opened before him with a soft creak. The same darkness on the other side beckoned him. He didn't move, and then he heard it again, Emma's voice, faint but real. David. He stood there, frozen, as the mist began to clear. Emma's form appeared through the fog, her pale face illuminated by a dim, ghostly light. She was there, standing in front of him, her eyes wide with fear. But her face was empty, hollow, as though whatever was left of her was no longer fully human. Please, David, she whispered. You can't escape. We're already gone. David's throat tightened, the words choking him. He wanted to reach out to her, to hold her, but she remained just out of reach, her form flickering like a dying flame. I'm sorry, she whispered, the last trace of warmth in her voice gone. I'm so sorry. And then she was gone. The door before David closed with a slow, deliberate motion, leaving him alone in the suffocating fog. The footsteps, the whispers, the cries, all of it faded into the void. David stood there for what felt like an eternity, his body numb. He had failed. Emma was gone, and he was no closer to escaping. There was no escape. The fog closed in, wrapping around him like a funeral shroud. The world around him grew dim, the edges of reality blurring as the cycle began once more. No matter how many times he tried, no matter how far he ran, the door would always be there, waiting for him, always drawing him back. And so, David became just another lost soul in the endless, twisting maze of the cycle. Another ghost, trapped forever in the place between life and death. The cycle had claimed him, and it always would. David stood frozen in the doorway, staring into the abyss. The darkness beyond the door seemed endless, a yawning void that stretched on forever. The air felt thick, suffocating, and the sound of Emma's voice still echoed in his ears, like a ghost whispering in the back of his mind. You're already here, she had said, and you always will be. His hand trembled on the doorknob, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. His mind screamed at him to turn away, to run, but his body betrayed him, unable to move. The cycle had already begun. He could feel it. He could feel the weight of inevitability pressing down on him, like the crushing hand of fate itself. David's thoughts began to blur, and the faces of everyone he had known, the people he had loved, the ones who had come and gone, flashed before his eyes. His parents, his friends, Emma, all of them trapped in this twisted nightmare, all of them lost to this place. His own struggle felt so small, so insignificant, compared to the vast emptiness that surrounded him. With a strangled breath, he turned the doorknob. The world shifted again, the familiar weight of his body becoming a distant memory. As he stepped through the door, his surroundings distorted, warping like melting wax. The sound of his footsteps, loud and heavy at first, grew fainter and fainter, as if he were walking into an endless chasm. He thought he heard Emma again, her voice distant and broken. "David, please don't go." But this time, the voice didn't reach him. The door behind him slammed shut with an earth-shattering bang, the sound reverberating through his skull. The shock sent him reeling, but before he could steady himself, the ground beneath his feet crumbled away, and he fell. The darkness caught him like an old friend, swallowing him whole. For a brief moment, he felt weightless, suspended in nothingness, and then, without warning, a cold, overwhelming sensation overtook him. It was as if his very soul had been ripped from his body, dragged through some invisible void, its edges jagged and sharp. Every moment of his life, every memory, every regret, flashed before him in an instant, and then it was gone. He fell and fell, endlessly, spiraling through the darkness. And then, just when it seemed like he would be lost forever, the fall stopped, and he slammed into the cold, unforgiving ground. David gasped for air, his chest heaving, his body bruised and broken. He was lying on the floor, his clothes torn, his face dirted. The fog had returned, swirling around him like a living thing, thick and suffocating. He pushed himself up, his hands trembling, and looked around. It was the same place, the same nightmare, the same cycle. The door stood before him again, like a cruel joke. He wanted to scream. He wanted to fight, but deep down he knew it was futile. The woman's words echoed in his mind once more. "You're part of it now. There's no escaping." David had been trapped here before. He had tried to break free, to outsmart whatever force had cursed him. But now, standing before the door, he understood the truth. He had crossed a line, a threshold that could not be undone. The door opened before him with a soft creak. The same darkness on the other side beckoned him. He didn't move, and then he heard it again, Emma's voice, faint but real. "David." He stood there, frozen, as the mist began to clear. Emma's form appeared through the fog, her pale face illuminated by a dim, ghostly light. She was there, standing in front of him, her eyes wide with fear. But her face was empty, hollow, as though whatever was left of her was no longer fully human. "Please, David," she whispered. "You can't escape. We're already gone." David's throat tightened, the words choking him. He wanted to reach out to her, to hold her, but she remained just out of reach, her form flickering like a dying flame. "I'm sorry," she whispered, the last trace of warmth in her voice gone. "I'm so sorry." And then she was gone. The door before David closed with a slow, deliberate motion, leaving him alone in the suffocating fog. The footsteps, the whispers, the cries, all of it faded into the void. David stood there for what felt like an eternity, his body numb. He had failed. Emma was gone, and he was no closer to escaping. There was no escape. The fog closed in, wrapping around him like a funeral shroud. The world around him grew dim, the edges of reality blurring as the cycle began once more. No matter how many times he tried, no matter how far he ran, the door would always be there, waiting for him, always drawing him back. And so, David became just another lost soul in the endless, twisting maze of the cycle. Another ghost, trapped forever in the place between life and death. The cycle had claimed him, and it always would. And that's the end of tonight's stories. Keep listening to the sound of rain and fall into a deep, peaceful sleep. Sweet dreams.